In the vast expanse of the universe, technology is advancing at lightning speed. Amidst this rapid progress, Aura Network shines as a beacon of innovation and vision. A team of engineers and visionaries set out to build a new NFT infrastructure that would change the way we think about ownership and value. Imagine a world where NFTs could represent more than just digital art or collectibles. With each step, we are bringing our vision of a new future closer to reality. Join us in the journey of transformation. Aura Network, shaping the future of NFTs and the Web3 realm. In the vast expanse of the universe, technology is advancing at lightning speed. Amidst this rapid progress, Aura Network shines as a beacon of innovation and vision. A team of engineers and visionaries set out to build a new NFT infrastructure that would change the way we think about ownership and value. Imagine a world where NFTs could represent more than just digital art or collectibles. With each step, we are bringing our vision of a new future closer to reality. Join us in the journey of transformation. Aura Network, shaping the future of NFTs and the Web3 realm. In the vast expanse of the universe, technology is advancing at lightning speed. Amidst this rapid progress, Aura Network shines as a beacon of innovation and vision. A team of engineers and visionaries set out to build a new NFT infrastructure that would change the way we think about ownership and value. Imagine a world where NFTs could represent more than just digital art or collectibles. With each step, we are bringing our vision of a new future closer to reality. Join us in the journey of transformation. Aura Network, shaping the future of NFTs and the Web3 realm. In the vast expanse of the universe, technology is advancing at lightning speed. Amidst this rapid progress, Aura Network shines as a beacon of innovation and vision. A team of engineers and visionaries set out to build a new NFT infrastructure that would change the way we think about ownership and value. Imagine a world where NFTs could represent more than just digital art or collectibles. With each step, we are bringing our vision of a new future closer to reality. Join us in the journey of transformation. Aura Network, shaping the future of NFTs and the Web3 realm. In the vast expanse of the universe, technology is advancing at lightning speed. Amidst this rapid progress, Aura Network shines as a beacon of innovation and vision. A team of engineers and visionaries set out to build a new NFT infrastructure that would change the way we think about ownership and value. Imagine a world where NFTs could represent more than just digital art or collectibles. With each step, we are bringing our vision of a new future closer to reality. Join us in the journey of transformation. Aura Network, shaping the future of NFTs and the Web3 realm. In the vast expanse of the universe, technology is advancing at lightning speed. Amidst this rapid progress, Aura Network shines as a beacon of innovation and vision. A team of engineers and visionaries set out to build a new NFT infrastructure that would change the way we think about ownership and value. Imagine a world where NFTs could represent more than just digital art or collectibles. With each step, we are bringing our vision of a new future closer to reality. Join us in the journey of transformation. Aura Network, shaping the future of NFTs and the Web3 realm. In the vast expanse of the universe, technology is advancing at lightning speed. Amidst this rapid progress, Aura Network shines as a beacon of innovation and vision. A team of engineers and visionaries set out to build a new NFT infrastructure that would change the way we think about ownership and value. Imagine a world where NFTs could represent more than just digital art or collectibles. With each step, we are bringing our vision of a new future closer to reality. Join us in the journey of transformation. Aura Network, shaping the future of NFTs and the Web3 realm.
Kính thưa quý vị, chỉ còn ít phút nữa, chương trình GM Việt Nam Blockchain Week sẽ chính thức bắt đầu. Quý vị hãy di chuyển vào bên trong khán phòng, ổn định chỗ ngồi theo sự hướng dẫn của ban tổ chức. Và để chương trình được diễn ra tốt đẹp, quý vị vui lòng chuyển điện thoại sang im lặng hoặc chế độ rung. Xin chân thành cảm ơn. Kính thưa quý vị, trên màn hình là sơ đồ thoát hiểm. Khi có báo hiệu về cháy nổ hoặc các tình huống khẩn cấp xảy ra, quý vị vui lòng di chuyển bình tĩnh theo các hướng mũi tên như trên màn hình hoặc theo sự hướng dẫn của ban tổ chức. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn. Thưa quý vị, và ngay sau đây, chương trình GM Việt Nam Blockchain Week xin được phép bắt đầu!
Welcome to GM Vietnam.
Nhiệt liệt chào mừng toàn thể quý vị khách quý, các diễn giả và các anh chị báo đài đang có mặt tại sự kiện GM Việt Nam Blockchain Week ngày hôm nay. Lời đầu tiên, Thủy Tiên xin được gửi lời chúc sức khỏe và lời chào trân trọng nhất đến tất cả quý vị khách quý. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to GM Việt Nam Blockchain Week. On the behalf of the organizers, I would like to send you the best wishes. Wish you all good health, success, and happiness. Quý vị thân mến, chương trình GM Việt Nam do Kairos Ventures khởi xướng, phối hợp thực hiện cùng NHÓM và Coin98. Bên cạnh đó, chúng tôi cũng xin được gửi lời cảm ơn đến đơn vị tài trợ kim cương Aura Network và đơn vị đồng tài trợ Binance cho sự kiện GM lần này. Ladies and gentlemen, GM Vietnam is hosted by Kairos Ventures, NHÓM and Coin98. We would like to express our appreciation to our diamond sponsor, Aura Network, and our platinum sponsor, Binance. Như vậy là chương trình GM Việt Nam Blockchain Week đã trải qua ngày đầu tiên với những chủ đề vô cùng thú vị. Hy vọng là trong ngày hôm nay, quý vị cũng sẽ tiếp tục trải nghiệm những phiên thảo luận với những chủ đề vô cùng bùng nổ cùng với các diễn giả, chuyên gia của GM Việt Nam xoay quanh chủ đề blockchain. Vâng, thưa quý vị, GM Việt Nam với mục tiêu thành nơi để có thể thiết lập và củng cố mạng lưới kết nối sự phát triển của Web 3 toàn cầu, là sân chơi đa dạng và hữu ích cho sự phát triển của những nhà phát triển, nhà xây dựng, doanh nhân, các nhà đầu tư, những người đam mê tiền điện tử hoặc những người dùng mới có hứng thú và mong muốn khám phá tiềm năng của blockchain tại Việt Nam. Một lần nữa, Thủy Tiên xin được chào mừng toàn thể anh chị đã đến với sự kiện GM Việt Nam ngày hôm nay. Once again, welcome to GM Vietnam. And now, are you ready for some good mood, good moments? Good morning, Vietnam! Now let's get rock and roll! Và ngay bây giờ, Thủy Tiên xin được mời Miss Sam Hoàng, CGO tại Kairos Ventures sẽ lên sân khấu để phát biểu khai mạc. Now let's give a warm welcome to Miss Sam Hoàng, Chief Growth Officer at Kairos Ventures, to deliver her opening speech. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed participants. Hi, how are you this morning? Good? Great. My name is Sam. I'm the Chief Growth Officer at Kairos Ventures, GM Vietnam organizer. And I'd love to stand here before you today with great pleasure and excitement to welcome you all to the remarkable world of blockchain technology at the esteemed GM Vietnam Conference, Day 2. Vietnam, with its rich history and vibrant culture, has always been a land of progression and innovation. And today, as we gather here, we witness the convergence of tradition, cutting-edge technology, as we embark on a journey into the realm of blockchain, a technology posed to revolutionize industries and reshape our future. Blockchain, a decentralized and transparent ledger system, has emerged as one of the most transformative technologies of our time. Its potential to disrupt industry, foster trust, and empower individuals is nothing short of remarkable. From finance to healthcare, from chain supplement to energy, blockchain is paving the way for a new era of efficiency, security, and inclusivity. As we gather here today, we are privileged to have one of the brightest minds and innovators and leaders in the blockchain space from across the globe. The insights and experience that we share during our time together will not only enlighten us, but also empower us to unlock the immense potential of this technology. As we commence this blockchain conference, let us embrace curiosity, collaboration, and open-mindedness. Let us engage in meaningful conversations, lay the foundation upon trust, transparency, and shared prosperity. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our sponsors, speakers, and organizers, and all those who have worked tirelessly to bring this conference in fruition. Your commitment and dedication are invaluable to us, and without your support, this gathering would not have been possible. So, Let us embark on this enlightening journey together. Let us explore the limitless possibilities that lie within the word blockchain technology. I wish you all an inspiring and fruitful conference filled with knowledge, inspiration, and endless possibilities. Thank you so much. Let the conference begin.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sam Hoàng, for your speech. Vâng, thưa quý vị, chào mừng quý vị đến với phiên thảo luận đầu tiên với chủ đề Growing Web3 in APAC. Trong phiên thảo luận này, quý vị sẽ khám phá hành trình thú vị của việc áp dụng công nghệ Web3 tại khu vực châu Á-Thái Bình Dương và những cơ hội mà nó mang lại. Mr. Thanh Lê, founder at Coin98, là một nhà lãnh đạo có tầm nhìn trong ngành công nghiệp, chuỗi khối, và Mr. Arvin Khan, Head of Asia, Say Foundation, là một chuyên gia luôn ủng hộ cho những sáng kiến nổi bật trong Web 3. Hai anh sẽ chia sẻ những hiểu biết có giá trị về việc thúc đẩy sự phát triển của Web 3 tại APAC. Và ngay bây giờ đây, chúng ta hãy cùng nhau đi sâu hơn vào sức mạnh biến đổi của công nghệ phi tập trung, cùng thảo luận về những thách thức và cơ hội, đồng thời khám phá những nỗ lực hợp tác định hình tương lai về việc áp dụng Web3 tại khu vực APAC, châu Á-Thái Bình Dương. Please welcome to the stage our speaker, Mr. Thanh Lê, founder at Coin98, and Mr. Arvin Khan, Head of Asia, Say Foundation. Please welcome.
Good morning.
GM.
Yes. So thank you all for coming early in the morning. I know most of you probably are just surviving on a few hours of sleep, right, as we are, but good to see all the energy in the room, so let's keep it up.
Yeah, let's do it.
So my name is Alvin. I head up Asia Growth for Say Network. For those that are familiar, we are a general purpose layer 1 blockchain. And where we're different is that we've optimized every layer of our stack to make sure that we can give the best user experience when it comes to trading of digital assets. So APAC, very, very close to my heart in terms of how do we grow on this topic. Because before this, I was also leading growth at BNB Chain, which is very focused on Asia. And before that, I was at LinkedIn for 9 years, leading some of the APAC teams as well. And APAC is so interesting as a topic because it's so diverse, so big, and hard to penetrate, but also has a lot of opportunities for us. And here we have Thanh Lê, who is very, very experienced on this topic. Great to have you here. You want to say a few words?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Thanh. I'm the founder of Coin98 Wallet. So we started building the first wallet back in 2020. And I think currently we're a top 4 wallet in the world right now by user base with 6.5 million users, and a lot of them are just coming out from APAC. So I think we learned a lot about this area in the past as well. So I'm excited for what we're going to discuss today. Growing APAC have a lot of challenges. It's super diverse, and then the culture here is so different every time you go into certain countries as well. So yeah, that would be a very good topic. A lot of people are really trying to enter this space. But we do have some kind of insights in certain markets. For example, Vietnam is a very high energy, super active market, and then we are a developing countries. A lot of the GDPs per capita is not that high. So people see crypto as a second chance, and then people in Vietnam also very open with a new kind of technology as well. So Vietnam is perfect for traders. They want to take more risk. So every time you go to Vietnam is perfect for developers, workforce. You want to hire more talents, and high frequency trader, I could say, and then but if you went to Thailand, I think Thailand right now also have a lot of good talent as well. And I think for on the user side, Thailand is more prefer low risk kind of investment. So if you are building a kind of perp or other high risk trading product, and then you're really going to Thailand, it's just it's not that kind of market that you want to do so. But if you have yield farming, passive and like investment strategies, and that's the reason why Angkor and Luna is very popular in Thailand. If you want to, Philippines is also different, right? So Philippines is well known for games. Indonesia for NFTs. Singapore as a financial hub, and even for Malaysia. Malaysia right now also have a lot of talent as well. So we're trying to look into it. But of course for other market, what about you? You have a much better experience on other market. What is the insights that you've learned over the last couple of years when you growing in this area?
Yeah. Like I said, I think APAC is big, right? And we try to look at different regions itself. So Southeast Asia is one region, and I think you described it very well. Even within Southeast Asia, they're also different. But then you also have the Chinese market, right? And this includes like Taiwan, includes Hong Kong. And that is a big market, both for retail, right? Trading as well as the builders market. And then you have India, which is usually most companies, even in Web2, right, see India as a very separate unit because they count off IP in Japan as well, which I know a lot of people are going to WebEx, right, in Japan, just to attend and hopefully meet up some of these IP owners. So, when we look at the different markets, you have to understand the significance of what it brings to us, right? Is it the IP partnerships? Is it the gaming studios? Is it the retail community? Or is it, the developers that are there? So this is how we actually kind of cut it into different regions, and understanding what each region brings to us means that, the different kinds of activities that we'll do. And this goes into the next question, which is, how do we actually grow in Asia, knowing all these differences, right? We can start in Vietnam, for example. So if a project, right, wants to expand in Vietnam, what do you think is some of the advice you give?
Again, I think first of all, growing in APAC is very diverse. So you need to sometimes, the product that you want to make sure that, the user base and the countries that you're trying to target to is really fit with the product that you're trying to build. And like I said, if you are building, let's say, you love, for example, I take Thailand as an example, right? Or even in Vietnam. Vietnam is more, I think, people want to take higher risk and in order to, have more upside on anything they touch to. And if you want to introduce a new product to Vietnam, and then that kind of product have pretty low use and pretty, passive investment strategies kind of thing, it's not for us. But if you are building some kind of trading, and let people really involved in that, super actives, you want to incentivize people to use the product, give some feedback, Vietnam would be perfect for that. So again, have a very insightful information about and research about the market that you're trying to target helps a lot. And sometimes, growing APAC doesn't mean that you need to go to every country in APAC. You need to make sure that, maybe your product only best to go to 2-3 countries in APAC, and that's already good enough. And then maybe, another thing is for example, you go to Vietnam, and then somehow the product that you're building is not perfect for the Vietnamese users, but then you can also go to Vietnam with another strategies, which is building a team here, building a product, hiring developers. That would be perfect as well. So really know that what you really need from that is, for me, is really a critical part.
Yeah, I agree with you. In fact, Asia, because it's so diverse, it is also costly in a way, right, to actually try to expand to every part of APAC, right? Because again, you need people who speak the different languages, especially in countries like Japan, for example. So it's important to know which markets you want to target in a phase 1, phase 2, in a kind of a phased approach. And how I usually advise projects is, if you are just starting out, first look at your community, right? Your community would usually already tell you which are the bigger markets that they're from. Yesterday, I was speaking with a Chinese founder, and he says that, Vietnam makes up 1/3 of his community base, and therefore this becomes a bigger market that he wants to focus on. So important to first look at what you already have, right, and then start from there. So one thing interesting about Vietnam is that it always comes up as, one of the top, 5 markets when it comes to wallet address holders, number of developers and so on. Just want to, maybe this is great for other APAC countries to learn from as well. What do you think Vietnam did right, to be in that spot?
Education. I've been here since 2017. So back then, there's no research information or anything like that. And that's how we started Coin98 as well. So Coin98 started at just like a YouTube channel. I do like, the research, I publish the research, and then trying to attract, other, the common interest from other people that want to learn about crypto as well. And back then, every time that I'm trying to Google, all the information about this, we don't have like this high quality information. And then over time, we're publishing more research, and now we have like our CCTA as well, doing an amazing job, and other communities that really make the event happen. I think like Vietnam, I think the education level of like Vietnamese users right now is pretty ahead of other countries, I would say. If you are, I think if you like really follow all the best research in the world right now in crypto, now normally people are gonna read like Messery, Delphi, Nonsense, and even Binance research. All this kind of information already be front run in Vietnam, but like all the content only be written in Vietnamese, and that's the reason why like people start getting like I think a lot of people are really surprised when like the project just launched for 1 or 2 months, didn't do anything and in marketing yet, and then Vietnamese people still knowing it. And that's like, and I think like one of the part of the reason is like in Vietnam, a lot of researchers doing, day and night, and then they publish all the research telling about like, all these kind of projects. And like Vietnamese people also very hungry to learn more about crypto as well, because, it's a, like I said, like it's a one in a lifetime, life-changing opportunity for them. So investing in education really already shows that, does really bring a very good ROI for people who want to learn about crypto. And I think that Vietnam is like really, I think over the last 5 years, investing in education, publish all this kind of content and research really helps the educational level of Vietnamese users becoming another level. Compared to 5 years ago, and then I think that would be the most important thing that we did right.
Yep, agreed. Which means then we should be looking at expanding education in other countries, because if you think about why the potential is so great in APAC, right? One of the fundamental theses is that the proportion of people that are unbanked or underbanked, right, in Asia is very high, right, compared to other kind of continents. So, and I think Vietnam actually has become a shiny example of how it's done well. But if we go to other countries, whether it's Indonesia or other countries, I don't think that education is there, right? And not just education, I think the mobile experience is not there as well. Yep. Any insights to share about mobile experience on Web3 and how we can actually get better? Because most people in Asia could be underbanked, but they have the mobile phone. But today's experience on mobile, I think, is still kind of limited in a sense.
Yeah, exactly. I think, we are doing a wallet, and then you take a look at the wallet sector. A lot of people start building a wallet with an extension, but then, most of the users in APAC is only focused on mobile. 90% of our users is on mobile as well. So, you're right. People in APAC, especially in Vietnam, in Indonesia, Philippines, a lot of them may not have a bank account, but then they all have a phone or 1 or 2 phones, right? And then from there they start getting the internet, and then they like learn everything on the internet as well. In crypto right now, in general, you see most of the teams only focus on building the web first, because it's fast. It's basically building a web version is much easier than a mobile, because like you need to more dedicated dev teams, and it's probably cost more as well. But for me, that's really paid off. Like when you invest in building a mobile app first, and then you get into APAC, it's going to be a perfect combination for anyone who want to build bring a product into APAC.
Cool. Let's move on a bit, right? Let's talk about how Asia projects can actually grow a little outwards. And one major challenge I have seen projects face, right, and they talk about this challenge, is that the access to resources, especially to Western media and Western investors, right, still lacks when compared to like Europe or US projects. And it's important because US media today still holds a very large coverage across the world. So how do you think about that?
Yeah, I think like that's probably the fact, right? And then we're here to like changing that fact. Like we're trying to make like Asia like become great again. I think one of the fundamental reasons why U.S. doing amazing things on this is like, first of all, most of the innovations are just coming out from the U.S. for a very long time, so they have a very long history. And then the ecosystem in the U.S. really support people to be long-term greedy. When the ecosystem in Asia, we have a lot of, right now we already have like a lot of VCs, a lot of like funds, a lot of builders as well. But the whole ecosystem in Asia is not that, developed and mature yet compared to the US. I think the VC's history in the US is like already have like 70, 80 years, from probably, found by Sequoia, and then the trend happens, right? But in Asia, I think we already have like maybe like 15, 20 years. So it's still, a long way to go. And then, like I said, in the US, you have a lot of people, including the investors, the projects, and all the builders in the communities. They'll be long-term greedy because they can do it. But in Asia, we don't have it yet. But I mean, that's something that I realized. And then, when we are, as a projects and coming out from Asia, and then also, learn a lot from all these kind of US companies as well. Now we want to come back and really like make like the next generation of Asian companies to becoming like long-term greedy and be amazing companies from here.
So that means we could consider also bringing back some of the Asian founders in overseas, right, to come back and provide us with the connections and experience as well. Have you thought about doing such a program or some kind of a, I don't know, matchmaking program?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good topic that we've been talking a lot as well, right? So I think in order to follow up with be long-term greedy, you need to people who have like the long-term mindset as well. And I think, and then if you want to build a world-class companies, all the know-how, the mindset, and like the knowledge base that you have should be at the same level as people in the US, because that's where all the innovations start. And we've been talking a lot about bringing Asian Americans and coming back into Asia and then starting the companies here. The best way I can see it right now is like a perfect combination between like at least two co-founders, one in Asia, being local, have like wide connected. Most of the time these people will be the best operators. People in Asia work so hard, and then crypto is like 24/7 market. We can like people in Asia already adapt with its culture. They work so hard, so they're very easy for them to really follow with the market. And then that should be another co-founders in the coming back from the US with all the know-how and lessons that I've learned from there, and then coming back here with new set of investors and builders that they've been there. Come back, support this guy. I think like we have the right to expect like next amazing companies gonna be being built from here.
I agree. I think some of the best Web3 teams I've seen, they actually have kind of a tech team, right? So like you mentioned, you need someone who's able to sell the vision to the world, and that is important, right? I came from a SaaS background, and every SaaS company that is famous out there, right? You always know that one or two people who's able to sell that vision very, very clearly, and people just follow. And not just that, there is the intricacies of working with US media, right? A very established PR person actually told me before that the media industry in US has been established for many, many decades, right? And that means that structures are already in place, right? You can't just suddenly shortcut and go to all the media itself. There are structures in place, and you need to know how to access them. So someone who's able to kind of target like the Western media and able to sell that vision, well, at the same time in APAC, then it's about the intricacies, right? For example, knowing that which markets are more heavy on KOLs, right? Or some markets like Japan, for example, are more media heavy. So understanding all this and having those connections will actually help you to build a very, very strong global brand. So we only have like half a minute left, right? Any parting words you want to say to them?
Yeah, I want to add on a bit on your point as well. I think I'm not sure about other countries, but like one thing I've realized from Asian founders, especially Vietnamese founders, is like sometimes you need to dream big. I've seen a lot of Vietnamese people that just like see, I will build the next companies that only focus on serving 100 million users in Vietnam. But then one day you realize that like there's no difference between building a company like world-class companies that serving 8 billion people and building a like local companies serving 100 million users. It's basically the same. So it's like the all different is like you have to like dream big, and then like from there you should like believe in yourself, and then you can do it, really build a world-class company from here. And I think like yeah, it's all about a mindset, right? So be there and then dream big and then start small and act now.
Dream big, act now. Great takeaways. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, raise your hand if you are a builder. Mình có thể đưa tay nếu mà chúng ta là những builder trong đây được không ạ? Vâng, chúng ta có rất nhiều builder trong đây ạ. Và chúng ta có thể thấy là nó rất là khó để chúng ta Vâng, thưa quý vị, it's very challenging for our builders to actually educate and onboard new users, right? Rất là khó, rất là nhiều thách thức khi những builder của chúng ta, khi chúng ta đã xây dựng được một sản phẩm hoàn chỉnh rồi, nhưng mà cũng rất là khó để chúng ta có thể educate người dùng và có thể đạt được 100.000 người dùng đầu tiên từ người dùng truyền thống sang blockchain, đúng không ạ? Và trong ngày hôm nay, trong buổi thảo luận ngày hôm nay, chúng ta sẽ cùng lắng nghe những chia sẻ của các diễn giả chuyên gia của chương trình về con đường mà họ đã đạt được 100.000 người sử dụng ứng dụng của họ đầu tiên như thế nào. We're gonna move on to the next panel discussion, and the topic is Road to gain the first 100,000 blockchain users. Please welcome to the stage our moderator, Miss Joey Hoàng, Community Manager from Kairos Ventures. And our speakers, Mr. Victor Chung, CEO and co-founder at Kyber Network. Mr. Cheshe, CEO at NHÓM. Miss Jess L, CMO at Hooked Protocol. And Mr. Ilan Huan, Head of Global Development, Cyber Connect. Vâng, xin mời các diễn giả và chủ tọa chúng ta có thể bắt đầu buổi panel discussion của mình.
So hello everyone, welcome to our panel discussion, and I'm Zoe. I'm thrilled to be the moderator of this panel. And building a sizable, blockchain, and the community serves as a very important milestone for any blockchain project, because it demonstrates the user demand and also the potential growth of the project. So, how can a new blockchain project attract the first 100K users? So we'll be delving deeper into this topic today. And before starting, I would like to introduce you guys to our panelists. So on my right, please introduce to Zilan. He's the head of development at Cyber Network. And next, we have our pretty lady in the panel today, Jess, CMO from Hooked. And next, we have Jess, the CEO of LUient N and Homework Lab. And last but not least, please welcome Victor, the co-founder of Kyber Network. So yeah, let's without further ado, let's jump into the first question. So lady first, yeah. So building trust is very important, especially for a new project. So, how can project get the trust from users, especially when they are dealing with like new and unfamiliar technology?
Okay, thank you so much, Zoe. Honored to be first. Just paving the road for other gentlemen down. I'm actually curious to hear your perspective. So, coming from Hook Protocol, we are a network that's aiming to bring the next billion of people from Web 2 to Web 3, right? And dealing with the trust issues, like the first barrier of entry is actually the mindset. I think that's why we picked education and entertainment plus education as our entry point. Because what we see as a major barrier of entry right now is the very unfamiliar onboarding experiences and lack of the reason why, like lack of interest or engage. Like, why do I need to go through this arduous onboarding experience to gain what?
Yeah.
So that's why we structure our onboarding system with 3 pillars. One is dealing with exactly the friction of entry. So we have a very easy to use infrastructure to help people on board. For example, we have an suite of very entertaining gaming experiences. While quizzing and in a social environment competing on Web3 knowledge, you automatically get rewards through your first wallet, and then you engage with others through your first PFP, all through seamless and in ways that you wouldn't even recognize.
Yeah.
And the second piece is the knowledge, right? So that's why we want to provide educational and entertaining experiences for every level of users. And the third piece is experiences. How do you gain experiences and apply your knowledge in a certain way? That's why we invite partners such as CyberConnect and a lot of gamified experiences to co-build the ecosystem so people can apply their knowledge on the way. So that's why we pick education as our entry point and then building an ecosystem based on that with our partners.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Like making things simple, right, for the users and making it more fun and entertaining is a good way to attract new users. So, Victor, since you are an OG in the space, so what do you see the difference between user acquisition in back then in 2017 and compared to now?
All right. Yeah, I think the user acquisitions between the old days and the nowadays in the space different in actually in hacked. So all the users, they are so afraid of being hacked right now, like losing money and things like that. It is related to the trust issues as well. So at Kyber, we have been there in the market for more than 5 years with a lot of experience, and we see that that is the most basic and fundamental things to focus now. As an addition to what just said about, we focus on not on the Web 2 users, but focus on the crypto native users, and what we want to show them, and also what is the best strategy in order to gain the trust from them is actually transparency, and that is also another thing to attract users as well. Giving transparency means that you have to introduce and you have to increase a lot of communications to them via all the communities and all the communication channels. And we need to have more and more people to talk to them directly, which is very, very native. Like that is the ethos or the standard in the space. It is not the same to Web 2. I don't know how scalable it is, but it is still the same way. Now, like people like to talk to people. They don't want to talk to ticket. They don't want to talk to email or something like that. They just go to the communities and they ask questions. And they expect to have immediate response and things like that. That is also one of the strategies for us in Kyber, to increase like response times in ticket, and also response time in the community is one of the metric. So that adds to the trust. And another thing, to increase the users going to the website, like for example, kyberswap.com. I believe that the whole system, the whole communities, they are still looking for uniqueness. So they are looking for something that they cannot find somewhere else. They don't really focus on efficiency yet. They find on something that is unique. For example, we got a lot of users coming into KyberSwap because we just launched Kyber AI, which is the AI model that show all the traders the insight where they can get the insight very quickly, like even before the other things. We just had one instance where we the whole model predicts the whole market dump, like more than 10%, 50% of the market dump on Bitcoin, 30 minutes before it happens. So that was the instance where like user going to KyberSwap.com a lot, like we suddenly had a spike of the traffic there. And another thing is, although we have to focus on the core features and the product of the product that we have, but at the same time we have to design the product in a way we can incorporate a different or like something called trendy thing, and it is very likely they will use the link, to refer to other users for them to come. But just a few tactics, but to really comment on how to roll the users take a little bit more time, much more time though.
So I think to summarize, so it's like giving a very quick support to users, and not like bot support to users, and also provide up-to-date technology and product to users. I think that is the tactic that you're having, right? So the next question I think is for CyberConnect. I think you are gonna, you did the token sales on CoinList, right, recently, and I see a lot of community here in Vietnam, and also the local community is pretty big. So what is the strategy that you use to build such a big and vibrant community?
Yeah, I think like especially on the social front, I think the key word here is still about social network. It's about the connections. Like no matter what we're doing in the crypto space, it's all about the friends we're making here together. And that's why we're bringing to this panel also this event with a phrase with the hashtag on-chain friends last forever. So specifically speaking, I think there's a very key moment of turning people's mindset about becoming being a user into becoming a community member. And that is the part, we have a very strong, a very powerful tool at hand in crypto or in Web3, which is token. That is something, it's not just about incentives, it's not just about the ownership of your shares or stakeholders, but it's also about the shared sense of belonging, shared sense of honor, shared sense of governance of the whole protocol, of the whole community. And that is something we are actively looking to distribute that to the community and let them to becoming part of the the governance and also the contribution of the whole project, of the whole protocol. Also at the same time, I think it's not just about the incentives or the government's power, but it's also about the shared sense of value alignment. That is where we need to do a lot of education, a lot of storytelling, a lot of people coming together for the event, and people coming together to create their own kind of initiatives in the community, so they have the sense of they belong to the community, but also at the same time we share something that is intangible, but is also irreplaceable, and that's quintessentially and uniquely about this social network. So to sum up a little, it's all about the social networks, and it's all about finding your own value shared among the networks in that kind of community. And that is something CyberConnect as a protocol is building, and also we're supporting all the more than 50 projects building on top of CyberConnect, the protocol. So people can go to different use cases, form different communities, but within those communities, they can also use the token, but also some other events or engagement tools to really create a kind of shared, aligned value system, so they can become real contributors and also the community members.
So I think you did touch on something that was pretty similar with Jazz, is the education, right? So people know of crypto and blockchain because of the price of the token, because of the BTC, but not many would know how to use a wallet maybe, or not to use any DeFi projects. So I think education is fairly important, especially in Vietnam. I think a lot of people would know that what token this token, but they might not know what is behind the project. So I think education is pretty important. So how about you, Chess? So you are also building a social platform, and I've seen quite a few social platforms in the market. So how are you attracted users among very competitive market?
I think because I was a product manager in Web2, so in my belief, I think is the Web3 and the Web2, the common thing is about network effect. You need to grow very fast and rapidly so you can acquire a lot of users. So only if you want to achieve that goals, I think only one thing is product-led growth or community-led growth. I think that like Notion, I'm a very big fan of Notion. And Notion is a Web2 product, but actually they run it like a Web3 project ways. They have a lot of communities. The communities distribute and contribute a lot of the back to the Notion, and they help Notion to improve the products. And also Notion have the very optimal feedback to other communities. And they don't pay to their communities, but they commit just like love for free and work for love and create many videos on YouTube, on TikTok, on many social mediums to let more users know how to use Notion, how many templates and how many different templates in what kind of scenarios you need to use. So that's I think that's the biggest things that all the Web3 projects, if you really want to build a product, mass adoption is not talking, we need to do it. So if you want to really like have mass adoption, you need to learn how to build a real product and through your product to have a rapid growth. So I think product-led growth is very important, not like BD or operation driven. I think because in the future now our Web3 community may be like 10 million totally, but on the earth there's 8 billion users, people. So if you really want to achieve the goals to really let more people have tokens, have no Web3, no crypto. You need really like through your product, and they even don't listen to your Twitter space. They don't join the GM Vietnam, but they also be a crypto users. That's very important, like the internet.
Agree. So how about you, Victor? Since in 2017 you might see like less project compared to nowadays, right? There's more project every day. So how do you think a project would differentiate themselves from the crowded market?
For the mass, well, I do think that for the mass we really need regulation though. Without regulations, cannot be go to the mass though. But I do believe that the mass users they cannot wrap their own heads around all the blockchain technology and stuff. Like who the hell is going to understand what is the transactions, what is the nonce of the transactions, and what is the gas, and not even mention about the gas price and things like that. And that adds a lot more complexity there. So I really believe in order to get mass adoption, I think we already have the unique value in order to get mass adoption, because the user, they can own things. They can really own things. They don't have to give custody of the funds to the other places. So that is what we already have. What we don't have yet is we don't have the ease to use. So we don't have all the account abstraction and things like that. So for example, if the users, they want to use blockchain and they want to use the wallet in order to hold their own funds, and they want to trade with it and things like that. But at the same time, they want to mess with the transactions, they want to mess with the gas price, they want to mess with all the technology out there. So how do we do all the technical stuff for them? That is what we don't have yet. So a part of education and a part of all the marketing strategy and things like that, I think the technology is still, we still need to do a lot more account abstractions. So we can do a lot more for users. Users don't have to do everything on themselves. But at the same time, they have the benefit of like controlling their own things. I think that is the balance between Web 3 and Web 2. That Web 2 cannot do anything about it. Like by the definition of Web 2, you have no way for the user to really control things. So that's my idea.
So that is very good. Some very good insight from you, like from the builder point of view. And I want to touch a little bit on, because we have few minutes left. So I want to touch a little bit on the community building strategy. So as we talked in the waiting room, and Victor was mentioned that I have never met Jess yet, but I know many ambassadors of Hook here in Vietnam. So for me personally as well, I haven't met you, but I did know like some very talented and beautiful ambassador of Hoc Thi in Vietnam. So is that one of your strategy?
Yeah, thank you. And I want to give it a shout out. Many of them are probably off stage, and we're welcome to say hi to them. A shout out to the country manager Iris for building up such a beautiful team. And actually, leading on to what Chaz was mentioned, the product-led marketing, right? I was also coming from a user hack team in Web 2, and product-led marketing is definitely the core, but we also believe in going very culturally aware, localized operation strategy. I think that's like combined because community building is such an incentric part in Web3 projects. Yeah. Without community, we're nothing. And it's such a fast building cycle. We have to tune into the local community and see what it needs, especially when building education products, right? Everyone learns in a different way, and culturally, people also receive information in different channels and in different ways. In Vietnam, we have many powerful decentralized TG groups and many Facebook groups. We have to meet the user where they are, and projects like Kyber Networks actually connect us with this vibrant communities that we would otherwise not have if we stay in Discord or Twitter. So once we have a powerful product that's empowered by the top-notch, for example, AI technology, that we recently launched AI Sensei that's empowering by ChatGPT. Yeah. But after we roll it out, we have to really tap into the community leaders and see how the product has been tested and responded by the local community. Yeah. And we really close that feedback loop in terms of product management and product development roadmap down the road. And we also empower individuals in this community to stand up and be our ambassador and representatives. And that's how we build up the product from the ground up. So top down and grassroots are the two directions we go and value very much.
Oh, okay, that's a very good strategy. I think Zealand also, like, you've been very active in the Vietnamese community. You was in Hanoi, and now you're in Ho Chi Minh City. I've seen you almost in every party. So attending parties, meeting the local people, I think it's a very good strategy to let to know the market and build a good strategy. So I think that I think the panel is up, but this is a very good chance to drag, to get some secret out from them, right? So I bring here a secret belt. So I will ask our panelists today one question, and each of them would have to answer the questions after I ring the bell. So I did this yesterday, and it was pretty fun. So I hope that it worked in this panel as well. So the first question is for Chess. So think of one person. So name one person, dead or alive, that you have to have lunch with.
Lý Xiaolong.
Who is that?
How's the English? Bruce Lee.
Oh, Bruce Lee.
Be water, my friends.
Dead or alive is okay. Yeah. So the next question is for New Zealand. I think you have been in Vietnam for 2 times.
Right.
Yeah. So how do you think about the Vietnamese people?
Very active and educated about crypto, and also tech savvy, and always ready to jump into the new tech and to jump into the new community with us.
Thank you for that compliment. So we all make mistakes when we invested in crypto, right? And for me personally, I made a lot of mistakes. But I want to ask Victor, since he had been in the space for a long time. So think of one token that you have invested. So how many times did the price drop since your entry?
Was it a lot? Like majority of the time, I lose. Yeah. But my worst investment out there is not about token. It's just about the money that I use to buy all the food. Yeah.
Okay. So I think the last and the most important. Jess is the pretty lady here, and I think most of our audience are male. I mean, men, right? So some of you might curious about, what if she's still available. So I'm asking it on behalf of you. So Jess, are you single and available?
Okay, I'm married to my job, so I'm looking for a partner to join our protocol, but not in life yet. So, okay. Talk to me if you're a builder. So I'm looking to get into Web3.
Okay, so builder only, guys. So if you're a builder, one BTC and you get her contact. And yeah, that is this for our panel discussion. So thank you everyone for joining us. Big round of applause to our panelists for the great panel discussion.
Thank you, guys.
Yes.
Thank you so much for our moderator and our speakers. So now let's take a group photo together. Vâng, kính thưa quý vị, thị trường blockchain đang phát triển nóng, đi đôi với việc lo ngại về vấn đề bảo mật. Nguy cơ bị tấn công đã phủ bóng đen lên thị trường trong một thời gian và dẫn đến nhiều thiệt hại đáng kể cho ngành. Tuy nhiên, chúng ta đều đã đúc kết được những bài học quý giá từ những kinh nghiệm này. Và trong cuộc thảo luận về chủ đề Blockchain Security, Lesson from Hundreds of Million Dollars Hacks, đại diện từ các dự án và tổ chức bảo mật chuỗi khối sẽ chia sẻ kinh nghiệm quý báu của họ trong việc bảo vệ các dự án phi tập trung và phát hiện ra các dự án có mục đích xấu. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Surai, Dispute Resolution Lawyer from King & Wood Mallesons. Mr. Eskil, co-founder at Go Plus. Mr. Choi, Head of Business Development from VeryChains. Mr. Đặng Khánh Hưng, Head of Research from FPT Blockchain Lab. And our moderator, Mr. Nguyễn Việt Hòa, Head of Community Information from Vietnam Blockchain Union. Xin trân trọng mời các diễn giả và chủ tọa bắt đầu buổi panel discussion của mình. Thank you.
Yeah, we are missing one guy, right? Yeah, where are you, Choi? Okay, I will start our today panel discussion first, and during my introduction, maybe Choi will be up here on the stage. Hope so. Thank you for joining today with us in GM Vietnam. I'm Hoạt. My English name is Ricky from Vietnam Blockchain Union. I will be the moderator for today's session about security. One fun story I want to share with you, that we have a very famous slogan in the latest crypto and blockchain summer in 2021, that we are all want to go to the moon, right? But before we go there successfully, I see that our assets in fiat value in real life go to the moon before we can arrive that. In 2022, we hear about the case of Ronin from IC Infinity. They lost around over $500 million because of the hack. So today in GMVN 23, we will have the representative from project and blockchain security entities. We share more about the valuable experience that can protect our decentralized assets, project and transaction, and detecting project with malicious intent in more detail. Yeah, thank you so much for your journey today. So now I will keep a little bit time for you guys to introduce about yourself and also your team or project. Yeah, go ahead.
Yep, so my name is Hưng. I'm from FPT Blockchain Lab. My background is academia research. So I know some things, but I don't know how to make them work. So that's why we need this panel to just exchange the idea.
Hi, this is Eskil, the steward and the co-founder of GoPlus. And GoPlus is aiming to become the Web3 user security layer. We're providing a decentralized data infrastructure with 10 million API call per day. And also we're working on a security ecosystem to support on diverse security service on the Web3 land.
Okay, thank you.
And my name is Suraj. I'm a crypto disputes lawyer, which means what I deal with a lot is frauds and hacks and trying to help people get their money back if they feel they've been duped. A lot of post-M&A disputes recently, which is when people are buying and selling crypto businesses and they feel they didn't get the right sort of product. So while there are good times lawyers, many might describe me as a bad times lawyer, trying to make your life better again by trying to help you get money back. That's a bit about me.
Yeah, that's very important point for everyone now. Yeah, so we will go to the first part of our discussion today. We have two sessions, one for how to avoid being hacked and defraud, and the second part will be if you are unluckily be hacked, what should we do and to recover from that loss? Oh, I see. Very handsome guy. Yep. You can share a little bit about yourself and your team.
Hello. Okay, perfect. Sorry about that, everyone. That was quick emergency toilet break. Yeah, my name is Troy. I'm here on behalf of the VeryChains. So VeryChains, we are a B2B cybersecurity solution provider. Our sort of target market, we work with all types of projects from, fresh NFT projects all the way up to like layer ones and exchanges. So looking forward to be sharing more with our expert panel here today.
Okay. Thank you. So I have the first question for SQ. The human factor is often a weak link in security. So what strategy can be implemented to enhance the security awareness and education among developer, user, and stakeholder in the blockchain ecosystem? Yep.
Yeah. I think I always started with this, like when you talk about like Web3 security, I mean, what we are really talking about, because it sounds like a very broad concept. And in a very long time, I think even for Go Plus, when we were being asked, the first question is always, oh, you guys doing auditing? But no, we're in charge with doing auditing, but not us. So I think a very important thing, actually, we need to first set up some consensus about what is user security, because it's actually a rather multi-dimension perspective. You might starting to losing your like asset tokens, like when you're coming to some scamming project, or when you have the wallet, you're probably getting some steal or safe from your wallet. Or right now it's also very popular what's called code phishing. It's like a steal of your approval, or like you're signing on something you don't understand. And not only the like a rug pull token or fake NFT or this all kind of not legit asset you're buying now. So I would say like what is Go Plus is trying to provide first is actually a standard and benchmark to set up what is the security standard for user, I mean in Web3. And then what we are trying to do all the time is providing all the fundamental data to different project developer, and especially to the person who want to specifically working on improving the security situation in Web3. Like you can think like this is like in Web2, you have all this antivirus software, but where are they now? You don't feel like you have some choice on that. So I would say this is a long journey, but you also need a comprehensive technical structure from the data, from the service side, as any industry structure, I would say. So Go Plus is just trying to be part of that, building on the very solid data infrastructure. That's what we're trying to do, and also supporting on all the depth service above us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Esko, for your answer. The second question I want to ask Hưng. So smart contract vulnerability have been a common entry point for attack. What are the best practice or tool available now to conduct comprehensive smart contract audits and ensure the action of that kind of threat? Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, so as I mentioned in the introduction, I'm an academic researcher, so I know a bunch of theory, but the tools need to like very change in people. So if you look at smart contract, it's essentially a program like written by a programming language. It's a code. Full stop. And in order to audit the security or the correctness or the vulnerabilities of a program, there is a rich literature, mostly for any kind of programming language. So the theory is there. You can use static analysis, you can use dynamic analysis, you can use fuzzy testing, and even symbolic execution. If you look into programming language, JavaScript is the thing of the large popularity, and it's all over the place. JavaScript is a messy language, and they develop a techniques to audit, to check for correctness and securities of JavaScript. And with that kind of knowledge and theory, we can for sure build a lot of the tool for smart contract. But the question is whether or not people are willing to do that, because with the DeFi summer and bull runs, people care about money. People care about how fast I can approach the market. They tend to forget the security. So it's not a problem of whether or not they can do that. The answer is definitely yes. But the problem is whether or not they are willing to do that. And in order for them to willing to do that, we need a bunch of products in the market. And I think VeryChain can just chip in a lot on that aspect.
Yeah, I think speaking from VeryChain's perspective, I mean, when we look at the cybersecurity landscape, just like sort of Eskil's mentioned here, the service provider and the solutions out there are still at a very immature stage. What that means is compared to Web 2, there are simply not enough services and products out there to protect, especially on the consumer side. And from VeryChain's perspective, we do all our business like B2B, so we know how flawed consumer security is. In terms of smart contract tools and best practices, I guess from our experience, what we've seen with projects is there's two levels. Firstly, smart contract flaws are generally got to do with price manipulation, business logic flaws. So some of these things actually require the smart contract developers to also work closely in line with their financial team as well to really understand the business logic in order to write really good, solid smart contract. And then on the second side, even like a layer below that, is at an architectural level of that project, what are the technology leadership doing in terms of understanding their architectural design, safety, and security of that. So what we see in terms of the hack of a smart contract is really as the byproduct of these two things. Perhaps the project haven't had the right, let's say, funding or the right stage in their growth where they're able to engage with a security expert to be able to provide them that. But from our experience, that's where we see most of the vulnerabilities are coming from in terms of smart contract exploit. Of course, on-chain exploit or off-chain exploit, there are other ways. I mean, last year, 2 of the largest bridge incidents have happened, and we, VeryChain was very proud to be a part of the investigation of both. But, those exploits are even outside of smart contract. We're talking about centralized key management. We're talking about like MPC. So, again, Web3 cybersecurity, in our view, is still very mature. There's still a lot of room to grow. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, UK. So one very important part of handling any case of attack that we have the legal resolution. So now I want to ask Suraj, a lawyer, from the what do you think about from a legal case that you handle, and any lesson to learn about not being defrauded?
Sure, thanks. So while my fellow speakers have talked very much about the technical aspects and the technical vulnerabilities, one of the things that I want to drive home is the human factor and the human element of vulnerabilities as well. So I want to give you 2 examples of real life frauds or hacks that have happened. And I'm from both Singapore and Hong Kong, so I'll give you an example from each, right? One from Singapore, one from Hong Kong. These are matters that have actually gone to court in Singapore and in Hong Kong. So the first example, essentially it was Mr. A had a bunch of crypto, went out to a holiday with his friends in Mexico. He took 7 friends out, and they all go out. Mr. A has gone out to get some supplies. He realizes he has no money, so he calls his friend back at the apartment and says, can you go and open my safe for me? There's some money in there. Can you then bring it out for me to the shop where we're buying some stuff? And he says on the phone, yeah, the safe's combination is 1, 2, 3, 4. And the guy on the other side says, oh, 1, 2, 3, yes, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, sure. 6 hours later, Mr. A is feeling poorer to the tune of about 100 Bitcoin and 1,500 ETH. Now what happened was his recovery seed was written down on a piece of paper sitting in that safe, and when he repeated that safe passcode, everybody in the room heard it. And sure enough, one of them has then gone and hacked it, right? So that was the human vulnerability in it, right? So even if we have great technical solutions, if the human vulnerability aspect is there as well and people aren't aware, hey, this is really important, I need to keep my recovery seed somewhere safe and I can't just put it in a lock safe, which I then tell everybody the passcode to, that's pretty bad. Second, and of course that case, Mr. A then had to go to court in Singapore to try to freeze further transfer of the 100 Bitcoin and the 1,500 ETH that he lost. Second example from the Hong Kong court, somebody that had 1,000 Bitcoin and they said, I want to try to offload all of this and I want to be completely anonymous. So he finds somebody that says, okay, sure, I can be your off-ramp. Just transfer everything to my accounts. My wallet is linked to my bank account, so anything that I try to cash out will go to this bank account. I'll give you full access to the bank account, so don't worry, you'll be okay. So you can see what's happened here, right? He transfers all of the 1,000 Bitcoins to the wallet. He has access to the bank account. Human vulnerability aspect is important, and so many of the frauds and hacks I see are exactly that, right? They're exploiting human judgment. So that is one thing that everybody has to be really aware of, and a lot of training within your own organizations, to your clients, to your customers, that's really important as well, to make sure that all of the wonderful tech that my fellow speakers have talked about can actually be effectively used.
Okay. Thank you. So we will have the last question for our part one, relating to the trust of community after the loss of any hack. So besides the financial loss of a hack, we also lost the trust of community about the product or about the service that we offer. So do you have any experience to recover that kind of trust from community? SQ?
Yes, they do have some cases, or like because Saraj is talking about the human factor, but in our mindset, we're always thinking about how to solve this problem in the systematic way, or from the technical architecture point of view. And it's some of the examples like this. So first is like someone like LUient has doing. So they were providing some solution. For example, in your question is like you're asking like some community, they due to some reason because that project can hack whatever, so they lose their money, and there always someone like who was able to provide some service to say, hey, I got to track on how this money go and how they lose it and what is the whole process of the issue which has happened. And we do have some successful cases, like you mentioned Rooney before, but there are also some other cases like Poly Network. They also lose like 6 million. But actually in the end, for different reasons, like the hacker returned on that. And it's not only about the moral attachment, it's also actually have some pressure on them. Then they feel, oh, that's a real threat to their hacker's life. So they actually kind of like returned it with some purpose. But it's actually, I would say, sadly, it's a rare case because most of the things it's not happen like that. You lost it, you just lost it. It's either impossible to do that or the cost is very high. Because thinking about it in that way, the security in the end, it's like the war between the attacker and the defender. And if you don't have any defender, sure you will lose your money. That was like 100% for sure, because there's nothing protect you. But thinking about if we can transfer some of the solution into the data structure, or even someone provides something like a service. So that's, I wouldn't say like 100% is solve all the problem, but that's definitely increasing a lot of chances to helping with that. For example, there are actually some builder, like in our ecosystem, was trying to build some monitoring service, because a lot of people, they lose their money, but they even don't know, they don't understand how they lose their money. So, okay, there will be the service. They're going to do the monitoring for you. They're going to tracking all the data and do some analysis for you, or even gather that as an evidence, giving to this lawyer and or giving to the court. So, because when you are fighting, you also need precedent. You also need like a verification. So this kind of service actually can be a solution for me to solve all this problem. So, yeah, that's I think the most important thoughts from my point of view.
Okay, thank you, SQ. So we will move now to the second part, that in case you are hacked or defraud already, so what you should do to prevent it from the next time or recover from that kind of loss. So the first question, I want to follow up with the legal experience from Surai. What tips and tools are there for a legal perspective that you can share with this topic?
Sure. Let me share two tools that I use in my world, dealing with this sort of issue, and a couple practical tips as well. So the two tools I'm going to talk about are asset freezing injunctions and disclosure orders. Now, the first one, asset freezing injunctions. Let me just unpack that a little bit. First, asset freezing. If you think about it, it's actually quite complicated to figure out what asset you need to freeze, right? Because ultimately, cryptocurrency, it's code and it's an entry in a ledger, right? Can you really say that that entry in a ledger is an asset that I need to freeze? You actually have to say that this is legally a piece of property, right? The same as like this table or this chair. So that's actually a pretty complicated question, which courts have actually dealt with recently. The Hong Kong court only 2 months ago finally decided, yes, crypto is property and we can freeze it. The Singapore court's done the same, the England court's done the same, but this varies from court to court, right? You actually need to demonstrate that the thing that you want to freeze is an asset, right? So, okay, we have it established now for crypto. What about for NFTs? What about for other products that are on blockchain as well? So the first part is asset freezing. And the second thing, it's an injunction. So it's a court order. Now, some people would say, well, why do I need a court order? Well, if you are trying to freeze an account in an exchange, you can go and tell the exchange, no, this customer's account, they're a fraudster, they're a hacker, you should freeze it. They will most of the time they will write back saying, we feel very bad for you, but we're not freezing this because they're our customer, right? We owe a duty to our customer, and we're not just going to take your word for it, right? We need a court order to help us out with this. So that's one of the tools that we use a lot, asset freezing injunctions, and it is complicated because you need to figure out what the asset is and also which court to go to, because if I were to ask somebody, okay, where does your crypto live? In which country does it live, right? That's actually a pretty complicated question that you need to resolve as well. And there are a few different perspectives to approach it. So it is important to make sure that if you're going for an asset freezer, you're doing it in the right place and you're going after the right type of asset as well that is freezable. And the second tool that I use a lot is disclosure orders. This follows on from what Eskil was talking about. You can have technical tools to help you trace where your crypto has gone. But ultimately, when the hacker or the fraudster needs to off-ramp, very often they go through an exchange, right? And that's where you use the technical tools to find out when it's hit an exchange, but then after that, you need actual information, right? And what we will do is, again, you can't go to the exchange and say, give me info, because they'll say, well, who are you? Usually you need a court disclosure order, and then you go to the exchange and ask them, how much money is left? All the stuff that's gone, where did it go? And I want to see your KYC docs to know whose account this was, right? So those are the kind of things that you go after in a disclosure order. So those are some of the tools that we use quite a lot. And really just some of the practical tips for this. First, you have to act incredibly quickly, right? Don't fiddle around and think, should I, shouldn't I? Particularly if there's enough money at stake, right? Act really quickly and figure out what the action plan is. Don't wait for 3 days or 5 days or a week or 2 weeks, act immediately once you've found out. Second practical tip, you have to accept the fact that very often you're going to need to go to court to get court orders, so that really means that you need to make sure that your team that has the evidence of what happened gets together, and the people that can make the decision of, we're going to go to court, we're going to spend the money on this, are there with you, right? Don't go through layers of, well, I have to talk to that guy and that guy, get the whole team together ASAP, so that you've got the evidence and the power to go to court and spend the money on it right away. And third, slightly plug tip, really call your lawyer ASAP. Just do it, call your lawyer, speak to them, get them involved in the process.
Okay, thank you, Suraj. Relating to your mentioned point that we also have to face with a very technical native blockchain that is really challenging to chase or recover funds from the loss in blockchain hacks due to the pseudonymous nature of our transaction, right? So what are the current emerging technologies that or practice that can improve this part of our blockchain nature? Yeah, I can ask who?
Yeah, so very recently, European Parliament They confirm the validity of the act with concerns data sharing act, with concern all kind of data generated on the online system. But one point is that it requires all of the smart contract to have a queue switch. That kind of act, that kind of requirement is very recent in European Parliament. And even if you look at the problem, right? As I said, you can go to court and court order this particular exchange to freeze it. But if that happened to be an exchange where it located in a country with very weak rule of law, right? So you cannot have a court order. But if you touch the smart contract itself from the European Parliament perspective, that's going to solve the problem, right? You want to transfer, you want to cash out, but the contract doesn't allow you to do so, then problem solved. But there's still some problem with that. Who is have the discretion to conduct or to trigger the queue switch? The Data Act doesn't specify. And it also faces a lot of objections from the builder, from the decentralized finance community. So there is some ongoing measure, and it's still quite non-consensual. But I think that kind of regulation, to some extent, fair regulation, is necessary. Because if you enforce a contract and then the blockchain itself break, then you have no way to go. We need a power, authority higher than the contract itself. And in today's world is kind of regulation, some kind of regulatory power.
Okay, thank you. So we have quite limited time, so we will move a little bit faster. So one last question for Troy about the key element of proactive security strategy for blockchain project. Yeah, very certain key element. Yep, from your experience.
So I guess I'll empathize with the project owner first, right? So, you know, in Web3 and especially during this bear market, it's very hard to raise money, right? We're not all that liquid. So a lot of the time you're constantly having to weigh out investment versus security. And generally even within traditional cybersecurity, it's always been looked at as sunken costs, right? So especially when you're trying to grow a new ecosystem, it's going to be very hard to prioritize that. So I just want to acknowledge it's not easy for a project owner to want to go, hey, let's put security top of mind. In saying that though, because VeryChains, we do a lot of B2B work, we do see the kind of demand or the kind of request that our clients look for. And generally what we see is there would be probably two main stages that a Web3 project will go through. So in the very early stage, when you don't have that internal capabilities yet, you don't have that internal expertise yet, my first advice is speak to an expert. You know, don't put your even for CTO, right? You're making all sorts of technology decisions, you're making all sorts of design decisions, and you don't know how it's going to affect you in the long term, how it's going to affect the scalability, right? So my first advice is always speak to a consulting firm that's actually able to provide you, let's say, like a CISO advisory service that can review your IS architecture, that can review your product roadmap, and then give you, let's say, a framework for you to understand, okay, here are my future investments that I'll need. Secondly, the other sort of clients that we see are the ones that are ready to scale, right? So they've hit some sort of certain traction, they've got product market fit, or now they're growing globally, regionally. Now, in this case, you want enterprise security, right? You want to treat yourself as if you are already regulated. So you should be proactive in seeking compliance. You should be proactive with your ISO. You should be proactive with your SOC 2, especially if you're running a centralized service like an exchange, right? So we're seeing this quite a fair bit as well. And, you know, VeryChains, you know, I don't want to spend the time on stage to do a plug, but there are solutions that we provide, like a managed SOC, right? So instead of like an exchange where, hey, you have to spend $2 million to build out your capabilities, both headcount, technology, and software, you can actually outsource that to us. We've already got the infrastructure, or we've already got the manpower, the expertise, the know-how. We can actually give you like a 2-3 year contract for you to grow while you're taking that time to build and develop your team. So there are things that you can do as a project, even within like the crazy Web3 immature security space. And again, my advice is just speak to the expert. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So today in our panel, we already go through both legal and technical perspective of hack and threaten from current situation. So I myself hope that from our valuable lesson from the last summer and winter as well, we will have a more successful summer of crypto and blockchain coming in the near future. Yeah, thank you so much for joining the session today. Yep.
Thank you so much for your insightful sharing. And now let's step forward for a group photo. Vâng, thưa quý vị, ngay sau đây xin mời quý vị cùng lắng nghe những chia sẻ hết sức thú vị thông qua phiên thảo luận với chủ đề How to retain users in bear market. Trong cuộc thảo luận này, chúng ta sẽ cùng giải quyết những vấn đề khó khăn khi phát triển dự án trong giai đoạn thị trường biến động, đặc biệt tập trung vào các chiến lược để giữ chân khách hàng trong các sản phẩm tài chính phi tập trung, đồng thời chuẩn bị hiệu quả cho chu kỳ tiếp theo của thị trường. Please welcome to the stage our moderator, Ms. Sang Sang, Key Account Representative from CETIC, and our speakers, Mr. Kelvin Ngo, Vietnam Country Manager from CoinX, Mr. Lewis, Head of Engineering from Trust Wallet, and Mr. Jake, Evangelist from Chainlink. Please welcome to the stage.
Morning, GM everyone and GM Vietnam. My name is Shan, I'm from CETIC, and I'm excited here today to kick off the discussion on how to retain users in the bear market. I think this is a very timely topic. I mean, in the bear market, we've seen VCs slowing down the deployment of funds. We've seen exchanges getting in trouble. We've seen users pulling out of the market as well. So very, very timely discussion, especially for all the guests that we have here today who are looking to build out projects and to build out their community in the current climate. So shall we kick off by a round of self-introductions? Your name, what you do, and also a little bit about your background.
All right, thank you. Hi everyone, Xin chào. My name is Jake. I work for the Chainlink BD team. I've been at the team for a little bit over a year now. About 5 to 6 years in the blockchain space, and really looking forward to speaking with the talents here. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, my name is Luis. I support the engineering team at Trust Wallet. We've been in crypto for almost 4 years now. My background is mostly in infrastructure and security.
Hello, xin chào. It's Calvin from CoinX. We are a global cryptocurrency exchange, and we are on our way to make CoinX to become the easiest exchange in the world for users to trade. So thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you. So let's have one question, just to kick off the discussion. I think there's been a lot of shifts in user behavior in the bear market. What are some of the changes that you have observed? Shall we start from Jake?
Changes in user behavior. One obvious user behavior is just like project just going, MIA. That's the biggest challenge for just talking to user. I think a lot of users are mainly, trying to really focus, especially in the bear market. They are having some user retention issues as well, and I think financial problem challenges is definitely something that we want to work with them and want to help them rebuild and ready for the next bull market.
Yeah, so some of the problems that we've seen in terms of engagement or retention, there's just not a lot of movement and activity. So it's really hard for users to know what should they be doing, what can they engage in, and so what are some additional service that we have to offer, certain features that we normally wouldn't do and we would have to offer them now, or give them a little bit more guidance. In a bull market, the market tends to guide the user, but in a bear market, the product really has to guide the user to show them new opportunities, give them new insights into what's happening, because the space can be a little quiet, marketing budgets are slower, projects are a little bit quieter, they're mostly in build mode, and so some of the challenges here is just letting the users know there's still some activity, targeting that activity, and then making them feel comfortable engaging with other data.
Okay, so talking about observations, I will talk about my friends. Many of my friends just tell me, hey Calvin, sell Bitcoin. It's going to be 5,000 soon. So this is my observation, buy some real estate, buy some gold. So basically I bought my Bitcoin at 18 and now it's become 30. So basically I think observation, many people afraid of the market, of the bear market, but many other people, they don't care much about it, because I think that this is like for organizations, we take it as opportunity to educate users about the true nature of crypto. It is not like daily trading, right? That is the way that people freely move their money around the world, and the true freedom of financial is more important than trading or profit, right? So I think there will be two sides. Some people very afraid of the bear market, and some people just believe in the true nature of crypto, and they don't care a lot about even bear market or bull market or tiger market or something.
Thank you for sharing. Yeah, I definitely agree. We do see a lot of changes in user behavior. People are like, oh, okay, it's bear market, I'm getting out of this. So for all of the projects building out there, what are some of the common pitfalls that you see in growing in this bear market, especially? Especially your observation, working with partners.
Pitfall. I think the biggest one that I would see is just projects are disengaged with their own community. A lot of times, community, they really support it from the project from the beginning, and they understand that we are in the bear market, but they actually want more transparency. Communicating with the project team, what they are building and how they are preparing for the next new innovations. So I think that's the biggest pitfall, that projects are starting to disengage with their community and not being transparency.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's a big problem. They kind of go back into a cave to kind of focus on their core issues and then kind of get distracted by that. I think the other thing I would add here is they move into areas that they don't have domain expertise, or they're not comfortable with understanding the product or finding product fit. So they start building something that's not really a high quality, but they just see this opportunity in the market, they go after it, but in a few months it fizzles out. They spend a lot of engineering time, a lot of product time, and the product is substandard, and there's no maintenance, there's no continuity. So then now you created features and an experience that people start thinking are they really building high quality experiences, right? So now you're introducing doubt, hoping to kind of capture the market. And sometimes it's better just to stick to your principles and just stay focused on kind of what's happening. Because I think most users now, to your point, understand it's a bear market. Not a lot of big things are going to happen. They just want to see consistent experience and go back to the principles that those projects were founded on.
Okay, so for CoinX, we are not in a rush of putting a lot of coins or projects in our platform. Because for us, the most important aspect that we concentrate on is security. So for project, we do not look at them like they are crypto company or what their technologies are, what blockchain they have. We look at them like startup, and we look at them about the solution that they want to give to the society. So there will be three questions that we will looking for when we look at the project. Firstly, what solution you bring to the world? Second, do people need that kind of solution? And thirdly, of course, do people pay for that kind of solution? So look at them like startup, look at them like business. Even in bear market, it's nothing different for us from even in any market, because we look at project as company, as business, as the one who make impact to the society, more than any technologies that very difficult for people to like approach. Yep.
Thank you. Definitely agree. Stay true to its core. And maybe I'll pass back the question to Kevin as well. I think especially for CoinX as a centralized exchange, we have seen a huge change in the whole space, especially after FTX and SEC charges on Coinbase, as well as Binance. So how does that affect centralized exchanges, in your opinion, and what has CoinX done to grow in this market?
Actually, of course, we are affected by like many issues in the market, especially from the media. Like a lot of bad news on the media and fraud, of course. But like for CoinX, we always focus on only two aspects when we doing business in exchange and many other like services. Firstly, it's security, and secondly, it's like easy to use. I think it's the most important thing that we focus on to make our users secure with what they're doing in our exchange. So I would like to have to take the saying of LUient N in there, in his song Imagine. So it's imagine a world without boundary. But actually the world we still have boundary. Try to go to US without visa, you will be asked by the police right away, right? But for crypto, actually, it's no boundary. I receive my salary every month from Hong Kong without any, intermediaries, without any bank, and it's in 1 minute. So I want to come back about the true nature of crypto and blockchain. It's focused on trying to get the freedom to the people. First, in terms of financially, and second, in terms of no boundary in all the aspect of life. So for CoinX, we are not focused on just investor. We are not focused on just the community of people who know cryptos. We focus more on the whole societies. For example, we focus on the education for students in Vietnam and in many other countries about the true nature of crypto, of blockchain, what its purpose. And secondly, we are more focused on sport and entertainment, which approach people easier and more effective. We are going to sponsor a running competition in Vietnam soon in Hội An, so you guys can come later. Or we have a lot of projects related to music and KOL in gaming industry. Gaming is one of our concentration strategy in the coming years. So basically, CoinX step by step educate people about the true nature of crypto and blockchain. So we are not in a rush. Because of that, we don't have a lot of issues in terms of operation, and we are trying to be one of the most sustainable cryptocurrency exchange in the world. Yeah, thank you.
Agree with you on that. This is not the first bear market, and it's not going to be the last. Oh, so Louis, you're the head of engineering at Trust Wallet, and we have seen a whole mass adoption to crypto through wallets. But in the bear market, how has that changed your development roadmap?
How does that change the?
Yeah, how does that change the development roadmap, and how, for instance, in terms of user interface, any features that you're developing to still try to continue to onboard users and attract them?
Yeah, so some of the things that in the bear market, what we do is, there's a few different layers I would approach this, right? There's, what are the features that we can double down and increase that we know we have a really high capability of delivering really fast. So for example, what's our core competencies is delivering chains. We can deliver tokens, NFTs, staking support. This is Trust Wallet being a multi-chain wallet. We have wide support for EVM and Cosmos. We can go and continue to push the pedal on this even faster during a bear market. So we can really lean into that. And this gives users more access to coins. So we just added more staking support for the Cosmos staking chains. We added more tokens across different chains that we didn't have before, and soon we'll have much more NFT support, right? So this is leaning into what we do really, really well. The second thing is Trust Wallet, one of the biggest complaints in all wallets, one of the biggest challenges is security. So how do we add more and more security features, especially in a world where it's there's a lot more, people are much more conservative, people are much more unsure, there's a lack of confidence when they're performing a transaction or signing a transaction. So how do we engage users? And so this is really Trust Wallet about a few months ago added a security scanner, and we're adding more and more iterations on this. So leaning more into these security features that the users find valuable during a bear market in times like this of uncertainty that gives us more comfort, more confidence. And then the other one is not losing sight of the long-term focus. We know there's going to be a shift, and we can't compromise engineering standards and engineering quality and like our strategic bets, knowing that this is going to happen, because when the bull market hits, there's no time to start building things new, right? Like at that point, it's keep the site up, keep the wallets moving, make sure nothing breaks, keep users happy. It's not the time to go start building something new and novel, because nobody cares. At that point, everybody just wants to experience crypto. So this is kind of how we're approaching it from our side.
Definitely agree with security, not just because I'm from SUDC, but also because that's how you put trust in Trust Wallet. So Jake, as evangelist for Chainlink, we have always heard that in the bear market, that's when you really see who sticks true. And I think that happens to a lot of, when it comes to business partnerships. So, how important would you say in building these partnerships, in helping you to strengthen your community reach and also to bring new users to your community?
Great question. So Chainlink is an Oracle service. What we do is we work with bring off-chain data and bring it to on-chain. A lot of our users are DeFi projects like Aave, Compound, Synthetics. So what we do, we have two strategies, I would say. So one is working with the current blockchain projects that have a large user base, and we want to work with them, understand what their needs are, and improve our product overall. And then the second fold, I think, is just providing more tools per path for the next, bring more use cases. As we know right now, blockchain is still really at the really early stage. So for example, we recently launched a new product called Chain Function. So basically we can allow developers to connect their smart contract with any Web2, any APIs through a decentralized Oracle network. So for example, anything coming from like weather data, sports data, or even like Tesla cars. So we believe that having this pathway to allow more tools for the next innovation and bring more use cases for the Web3 would be our main focus for the next one. And in terms of partnership, we are working with a lot of we got plan to launch a CCIP, so our cross-chain interoperability protocol. So we are working with Swift to bring more traditional financial data and then integrate it to the blockchain. And we strongly believe that it's going to bring more use cases and really benefit the DeFi and also the blockchain industry.
Very insightful, thank you. Definitely agree. I think, especially in the bear market, it's not sufficient to only focus on the present users in Web3, but also reaching out to the next million users. And that's where you can leverage on your Web2 partnerships and network. Thank you. Yep. So back to Kevin now. As a Vietnam country manager, what do you think is something unique about the Vietnamese market and how they're interacting in decentralized exchanges?
Yeah, so I want to tell you a story when I interviewed with my boss in Hong Kong. So I told her that I'm not a crypto guy, I don't understand anything about crypto, but I think that crypto or blockchain or anything is just like human to human. I can connect you to people and they understand about crypto. I can connect you to university, I can connect you to organizations, and we are doing quite well now in Vietnam. So basically, I think that first, the adoption of crypto in Vietnam is one of the highest in the world because we have young population here in Vietnam and everyone have internet at home, right? So, and I think Vietnamese young people, they are quite curious about the world. And thanks to the government, we have no limit in terms of, exploring the internet world. We can learn anything on the internet, on Google, on YouTube, and stuff. So basically, the adoption rate of crypto in Vietnam is very high. And secondly, we can easily do many things like event like this without, the limitation from the government in terms of, legal limit on crypto, which is a very big advantage of market like Vietnam. And thirdly, the potential is huge, because even though we have like high adoption of cryptocurrency, but many young people and even older generations, they are still like don't know much about the technologies. So we have like a huge potential here to like develop the market. So for CoinX now, we consider Vietnam as the third largest market that we focus on, just under the English market and the Spanish market. So basically, we're going to put more resources here to develop the market, and more importantly, to educate people about the true nature of crypto and what benefit it brings to the people and around the world. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Yes, Vietnam is definitely an exciting market, and I think that's the core reason that's bringing all of us here today. So, in light of time, maybe I'll just ask one final question. What is a recommendation that you would leave for our audience today? Many of them are builders in this market. Many of them are new to crypto. What final advice would you give them?
I think the success of any Web3 project relies on good data. We have a saying in Web2 saying, garbage in, garbage out, right? You had to get good source of data, secure data, and transparency data into your Web3 project in order for it to be successful. So that would be my recommendation.
Yeah, I think my recommendation is for projects to reach out to the community, look for new patterns, look for partners, even if you're not familiar with how to talk to other dApps, talk to wallets, talk to other people in the space, really ask for help. The worst thing you can do is go quiet. And so just ask for help, lean into the community, and I think this is something that Trust Wallet does really well, but it's something that we've learned due to our experience.
Okay, so my recommendation is very simple. I'm a non-crypto guy, and I still live in this industry for more than 1 year. Crypto is not that complicated, and I think that it will bring more benefits if you believe in it, in the true nature of it, and believe in yourself and explore the world. So I think it's going to be more interesting life for everyone here.
Fantastic advice. Thank you all. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Lewis. And thank you, Kevin.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your sharing. Now let's step forward for a group photo together. Thank you. Kính thưa quý vị, trước khi chúng ta đến với những buổi tọa đàm tiếp theo, xin mời quý vị cùng hướng mắt lên sân khấu để theo dõi một vài video từ chương trình. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go back to our panel discussions, let's take a look at our screen for a video clip. Thank you so much.
In the vast expanse of the universe, technology is advancing at lightning speed. Amidst this rapid progress, Aura Network shines as a beacon of innovation and vision. A team of engineers and visionaries set out to build a new NFT infrastructure that would change the way we think about ownership and value. Imagine a world where NFTs could represent more than just digital art or collectibles. With each step, we are bringing our vision of a new future closer to reality. Join us in the journey of transformation. Aura Network, shaping the future of NFTs and the Web3 realm.
Chào mừng quý vị đã đến với phần tiếp theo của chương trình GM Việt Nam Blockchain Week. Ngay sau đây, Thủy Tiên xin được mời quý vị đến với phiên thảo luận tiếp theo với chủ đề Digital Asset Infrastructure for Institutional Players. Trong chủ đề này, các diễn giả sẽ tập trung vào cách cung cấp cho các quỹ đầu tư Web2 các công cụ để phân tích thị trường, cũng như triển khai tiền vào không gian Web3. Các diễn giả là đại diện từ các quỹ đầu tư Web2, các dự án phân tích và dự án cơ sở hạ tầng. Thủy Tiên xin được mời lên sân khấu. Please welcome to the stage Miss Ali Jan, former CEO at Nachi Network. Mr. Moran, Director Growth at Consensus. Mr. NHÓM, Growth and Partnerships at Headquarters. And our moderator, Mr. Alex Nguyễn, BD and Marketing Manager from BingX. Xin trân trọng kính mời các diễn giả và chủ tọa lên sân khấu để chia sẻ cho quý vị có mặt trong buổi sáng ngày hôm nay.
Morning all. My name is Alex. I'm a BD Manager with BingX Vietnam. Today I'm going to be the moderator for this session. A bit of bad news. One of our panelists probably not going to make it. So we will just try to wing it. Today's session, we will talk about the digital asset infrastructure for institutional investors. This is quite an important topic because we're starting to see a lot of big Web2 VCs starting to eye the blockchain market, right? So I will get you guys to firstly to introduce yourselves a little bit before we get started on the questions.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Noel. So I lead growth and partnerships at Headquarters. So Headquarters, essentially what we do is a finance back office tool for Web3 companies. So we focus on a few things like crypto accounting, treasury management, and as well as financial operations like your payroll. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Ali. I'm the former CEO of Nakji Network. My background is all in data infrastructure, making sure that blockchain data is very easily accessible by anyone who needs blockchain data.
Right, let's get started. So we have around 25 minutes. I think we'll shave some questions. We'll start with question number one. As institutional investors are showing increasing interest in blockchain market, what tools and what infrastructure do you believe are essential for them to comprehensively understand and analyze the market, the space?
Yeah, I think first of all, everything starts with good data, and good data means reliable data, like data that you're able to get with low latency, get data fast, get alerts fast, and be able to trust that data, right? If you have, let's say you have 1 million data points, but you're missing one critical one, then you can't trust any of that data. And so I think institutional players really need these institutional quality data sources in order to build additional tools on top of.
No, do you want to add to that? Yeah. Next, when it comes to data analytics, what factors and metrics do you consider the most critical for big VC firms to evaluate blockchain projects and the digital assets? And how can analytics provide valuable insights and intelligence for the good decision making?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is going to be similar to TradFi too, but it's like velocity of a lot of these assets, like how fast things are moving, who's holding, like how many wallets, things like that, right? But at the same time, like there's metrics. For example, with NFTs, there's floor price. There's there's open interest, right? There's a lot of these metrics that are the narratives change. There's metrics that are really important, that were really important in 2020, that are not necessarily as important today. And so I think it's really important for these platforms to be very flexible so that new metrics can be found very quickly and surfaced quickly so that people can change their narrative. People can change their strategies based on whatever narratives are out there very quickly.
So let me just add on that a little bit. From your experience though, do you see, do the platforms, do the companies that sort of provide the data, do they adjust to the trends quite quickly and do they catch on?
Yeah, I think for the most part, a lot of the data analytics platforms and the data providers today, many do actually allow their users to surface some of these metrics, right? Like there's, for example, with Dune, with Nansen, right? They allow people to build their own dashboards, and if these dashboards are really popular, then they get shared very often, and so I think they do already give some sort of outlet for people to be able to share the metrics that they think are important. But I would encourage people to think about like different user experience, different user interfaces on how to do that even better.
Cheers. So looking towards the future, how do you envision the development and advancement of digital asset infrastructure to better serve the needs of the big VC firms from Web 2 to, in terms of analysis, investment management and portfolio management?
Yeah, I can take this. So just to understand the audience a bit better, how many here are involved in a fund or even, founders yourselves or involved on the, finance side as well? Yeah, could you raise your hands, please? Yeah. Can. Yeah, so I think when it comes down to it, right, I mean, one of the things that over time crypto funds, after they are set up, is actually that they struggle with the fund administration portion of things, regardless whatever kind of fund you are, right? You want to track your net asset value over time, and not every token necessarily, for example, is liquid, right? And of course, what's your cost basis when you receive them and the likes. where you're trading from, whether is it on Binance, Coinbase, or even Uniswap, right? So all these different things, there's also different pricing points that you get them from, and you can't just exactly use CoinGecko or CoinMarketCap. Because for compliance-wise, you actually need to use the most accurate pricing, which is ultimately where you purchase them. So this is all things.
Hello? Does this work?
Okay. I think it ran out of battery. Yeah. Yeah. So all this, when it comes down to it, funds do need to keep it in mind. And of course, that's where tools like Headquarters, they come in. And this is not just a case for even funds alone, whether it's VC funds or trading funds, but it's also a case for any builder out here. Because ultimately, when you are regulated by any government, you should keep track of all your finances on the crypto side for accounting sake, and you need to declare it. So that's where, you know, Headquarters, essentially what we are building is trying to help you track all this pricing data so you can work with all your accounting firms. And you also need to consider the on-chain data as well, right? Because you don't want to, over time, not calculate your fees correctly, which is where Ellie will be an expert in, right? And of course, your pricing side as well. So two forms of data sources that you really need to consider.
Yes, thanks. We have a question on regulatory challenges and complexity around the topic. I'll probably direct to you as well. In order for the VCs to navigate around the Web3 space, what are the challenges you can foresee that they need to watch out for in order to navigate around the Web3 space while ensuring compliance?
Fair. So I think, I mean, there's always the digital infrastructure side, right, which was the topic I touched on briefly upon. I mean, on the Web2 side, it's very more established. You got folks like Kata, got folks like Capita, Sprout, and the likes. I mean, there's new players like, you know, Magna, VTVL coming out as well. But also you need to consider on the service provider side. And of course, where you register, how you register as. So these are there's no direct answer to it, unfortunately, right? You can always choose a friendly country like Singapore, Hong Kong even, perhaps Dubai, or maybe more popular would be Cayman and BVI, right? But then after you register the company, what do you register it as? Is it a crypto fund, or you register as a normal fund? You've got a license portion to consider, but also you got your banking portion to consider, right? After you register, most of the time you have to end up knocking almost every bank door out there, unless maybe you work with a very good service provider who can get you set up right away with a number of banks. Why do you need banks? When you're raising a crypto fund, it's because of course, when it comes down to it, who are your investors, right? Some of them, they honestly might not even have a Binance or Coinbase account. They might just be wanting to have some exposure to crypto, and the best way will be through a fund, so they might pass you some fiat, and of course that's where your KYC, your AML comes in. Even if you receive USDC, you should potentially think of you know, how clean is your money that you're receiving. So there's all these little things. I mean, happy to chat on it separately aside next time, that you should really consider when you're setting up your fund, or even really just your company, because ultimately this is a question, right? And what we've seen sometimes is on the builder side of things, what's really popular is you set up a development agency, and you call it a dev shop, and then you get your bank accounts and whatnot. Then you set up a separate crypto company, and the dev shop side will get banks, and you will invoice the crypto company elsewhere, which pays you in, like, for example, crypto after you fundraise.
Cool. I think we are just about running out of time. So before we wrap it up, what are the key takeaways do you have for Web2 VC firms trying to, break into the Web3 space? So what are your recommendations in top, let's say top 3 things that they need to keep in mind?
Well, I think stepping back a little bit is like in the next 5 to 10 years, we won't necessarily see like a crypto industry anymore, like a Web3 industry anymore, where it's just like how in the 2000s, right, there was an internet industry, but now everything touches the internet. So in the next 5 to 10 years, it's possible where just it becomes so mainstream that there's no like Web3 industry anymore, right? And so two funds will naturally just have to invest into more and more blockchain technologies, even if they're not investing directly. So I think they should keep that in mind and get to know some of the technologies early, but watch out for the companies that are applying these technologies early.
I would say most of the time, if you're a Web2 fund going to Web3, just keep your eyes open, regardless what kind of investments you're looking at, whether it's on the equity side or the token side. Also keep an eye out for compliance and your fund administration at the end of the day. So that's something you should really think about before you enter the space. But most of the time, you might already have some exposure to Web3 unknowingly or knowingly, right? Whether it's through trends like Metaverse.
So as we conclude the panel, I'd like to thank our panelists. Thank you so much. And I hope that the insights that they provided will be useful to our audience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your sharing. Vâng, thưa quý vị, trong giai đoạn hiện tại của thị trường tiền điện tử, điều quan trọng nhất là khám phá các giải pháp và đổi mới đột phá có thể định hình lại toàn bộ ngành công nghiệp chuỗi khối. Từ quan điểm của các nhà đầu tư và tổ chức tiên tiến, ưu tiên đổi mới sáng tạo, các diễn giả của chúng ta sẽ chia sẻ quan điểm của họ về chu kỳ mới, nêu bật những lĩnh vực sẽ thu hút sự chú ý và tiềm năng đột phá. Thông qua phiên thảo luận tiếp theo với chủ đề What does the next market circle look like? Please welcome to the stage our moderator, Mr. Seung Ho, Managing Partner from K300 Ventures. Và các diễn giả của chúng ta, please welcome to the stage Mr. Josh, Head of Digital Assets Portfolio, Animoca Brands. Mr. Oji, Investment Partner and Head of Asia CMT Digital. Mr. Andren Lai, Founder at NHÓM Capital. Mr. Arthur Chung, Founders and CEO at D Finance Capital. Please welcome to the stage. Mời các diễn giả và moderator của chúng ta lên sân khấu ạ. Không biết là các diễn giả và moderator của chúng ta đã có trong hội trường chưa ạ? Vâng, thưa quý vị, trong lúc chờ đợi các diễn giả và moderator của chúng ta đến thì chúng ta có thể giải lao tại chỗ một chút xíu ạ. Please let's take a few minutes break before our moderator and speakers coming. Thank you very much. Vâng, chào mừng các diễn giả và moderator của chúng ta đã lên sân khấu và xin được phép bắt đầu phiên thảo luận của chúng ta ngày hôm nay. Let's get started.
Hi guys. So sorry for the delays. Actually, there was some kind of issue in the VIP room, and we don't know that it has been our session yet. So I think to skip all the delay things, I will do a really quick introduction about all of us. So the whole panel here today is about the new investment trend in both business and blockchain technology. And so we have the representative from the biggest investment fund in the blockchain landscape. We have Just You from Animoca Brands, Ilab from CMT Digital, Arian Lai from Newman Capital, and he's also an ex-BlackRock, and also Arthur Chong from Defiance Capital, and me as the moderator. I'm Sơn Ho, the managing partner of K300 Ventures in Vietnam. So the very good thing today about us is that we all work in the same industry, so we are the expert in terms of investment. So yeah, so the very first question about for all of you guys, because I know that you guys have different view in investment, right? So what do you think about the next investment trends in terms of business sectors? So can you go first, Arthur?
Okay, yeah, thanks for having me here, everyone. I think we're at a transition right now. Bitcoin was launched in 2009, and we've been more than 10 years since the advance of blockchain technology. And the last 5 to 10 years, the infrastructure was not mature yet. So you've seen some of the biggest investment always go to the infrastructure protocol, the new layer ones, and everything to make blockchain usable. I think we are at an inflection point right now where it's possible to build a consumer-grade application that can cater to millions of users in blockchain and crypto. This is not possible 2-3 years ago. Like, everyone was complaining about high transaction fees, the terrible UI UX, but I think we are getting there. So I think the next cycle, we will see more crypto applications, decentralized applications that can cater to millions of users. This is something that in the past is very difficult to achieve. Yep. And I'm particularly bullish in terms of the use cases in the gaming side, because we look at a lot of different sectors, whether it's a good fit with crypto and blockchain. Gaming is one of the that have the best fit in our opinion. Yeah, the rest of others, like, you need to take many trades off, so it will be harder to get it started. But gaming is one that we are quite positive on. Yep.
Yeah. So how about you?
Yeah, I think two areas that we in particular are very excited about is one, the reemergence of Web3 social, and what I mean by that specifically is decentralized social networks, right? This is something that has been around for a while, but I think we're starting to see indications even from more traditional Web2 giants starting to move in this direction, right? Two examples I can share from very recent history would be Threads, which many of you would have downloaded over the last week. In their roadmap, they explicitly talk about protocol integration with Activity Hub. Another, which maybe doesn't directly point to crypto as the answer, but suggests that business model innovation is required, is Reddit, right? And Reddit sort of preemptively trying to monetize their data through APIs and receiving very strong pushback from employees and from the community. Maybe given their affinity for crypto in the past and their ethos around community first, experimenting with business models more related to user-owned data could make sense. And so Web3 social, I would say, is one area of great interest for us. The other is, I anticipate enterprise blockchain use cases coming back into vogue, right? These are, in the past, obviously, they got a lot of flack just because most of the examples would be, say, us 5 known parties on a private implementation of Ethereum running our own validators, which sort of begs the question, why blockchain? But I think in a world of increasing deglobalization with siloed geographies and where we need to interact, coordinate, and transact with parties that we may not know across borders, blockchain seems like a decent use case for that. So these are two areas of interest for us.
Yes, so we already got gaming, social, and cross-chain decentralization. How about your idea, Josh?
Yeah, so I agree with everyone. So very quickly from Animoca, I guess, our focus is really on consumer-facing tech. And I think in terms of the next cycle, next sector, that's going to really flourish is, the ones that can help onboard more and more users into crypto. So in the past, a lot of the crypto and, blockchain has been revolving around trading. But in the future, if we're going to expand this to the broader audience, broader world, we need more consumer-facing products. So for example, we have several, projects and companies that helps to tokenize consumer content in the various forms and ways, like music, like education. We recently bought a company in Israel who used to do online education in the format of Coursera. We tokenized their content and converted the courses into NFTs and help to sell the NFTs for the teachers as a way to raise capital for the educational efforts. So, that's a really cool way to kind of onboard another segment of the population into the power of crypto and blockchain. And, I think that's probably something that's going to be more and more prevalent in the future.
Yeah, so it's like more like tokenization, right? So in education, music, and I also want to add something like many people are chasing nowadays, like real estate tokenization.
Yeah. And of course, games, right? We're known for games, but everyone knows that. So,
how are you? What's your idea about the newest trend for the upcoming 5 years, for example?
5 years is a long time in crypto. But I think overall the thesis is after, as mentioned, to bring the millions users to crypto. And I'm a practical person. So when you look at gaming and social, gaming-wise, we invested in Epic Games 4 years ago before a Travis Scott concert. And we invested in Immutable X, which is also AAA studio stuff. But I think casual game is more the way to go going forward. Free studio game, honestly, doesn't require much blockchain related stuff. We invest in all that to hedge against the risk, but casual games I think is the way to go for onboarding crypto. In terms of Web3 social, we invested in Reddit 5 years ago. So before anything in crypto, Reddit is obviously a forum for anyone to interact with each other. But for social, I don't believe we are going to have a decentralized Instagram, Twitter per se for the next even 5 years. I think it is going to be tough, and obviously in terms of business model, we have all the data returning to users and all that thesis, but it's more about business model, right, in terms of businesses. So for us, we are looking at a subsector within the social/entertainment, specifically for animations and VTuber business. I think Animoca has a huge part of that in Japan as well. Recently, we invested in one platform which allow any users to create animations, talk to the animations, have video call with them as well. I think that is more practical instead of talking about just being decentralized Facebook. I think Thread is one very different example. They are able to onboard 17 million users because that's Mark Zuckerberg. It's not going to be something like Lens Protocol able to achieve in 2 or 3 years. So that's my viewpoint.
Oh yes, I agree. Actually, the animation business is really in particular, I'm really a fan of anime as well since secondary school. Yeah, so we've got all the potential business sectors here. So how about the opportunities and the threats for the upcoming times? I just want to know your ideas about the views of an investment fund, because for retail investor, we are on our own, right? But because you all are managing an investment fund, so I just want to know your point of view in opportunities and trends. So the first one I want to ask is Alak.
Sure, yeah. If I zoom out even from Web3 and just talk about the VC asset class as a whole, I think it's under immense duress right now. You see the bluest of the blue chip venture funds raising 20 to 50% smaller funds than their previous vintage. And I think LPs are starting to ask fundamental existential questions like, we're no longer in a risk-on environment. The risk-free rate is 5%. How much do we want to allocate to this particular asset class? And how do we want these funds to operate? Like, you guys say, you live and die by the power law, but why must it be like that? Why must you have 10 bets, 3 return the fund, and the rest go to 0? Maybe I, as a liquidity provider, want to have a sort of different construct, a less risky construct. And so I think those types of conversations are starting to happen. I think in general, the business model, the portfolio strategy, the portfolio allocation of venture will look very different And I would anticipate the winners of the next 20 years might look very different than the winners of the last.
Oh, yes. So do you have any more you want to add to that, Josh?
Yeah, maybe I'll take a little bit of different direction because I manage the balance sheet, the liquid book at NMOCA, so it includes all the treasury and tokens. So I care about directional views of the market quite significantly. So if I look at the market now, I mean, we're still in the bear, but I think we're about to exit the bear market, leading, by BTC and ETH, going to essentially 2024, which should be a pretty exciting year. I see 4 or 5 major catalysts, right? So one catalyst is we all know how bad regulations are in the U.S., where SEC is, throwing out these lawsuits with zero clarity. But now that it is as bad as it can get, it can only get better. Meaning that when these lawsuits hit the courts, when it becomes more clear, there's going to be a little bit more transparency in terms of what should be done and what can't be done, and that's going to be much better from a sentiment point of view going forward. So that's one. And then number 2 is, in our region, in Hong Kong, especially where I'm based, regulators are very, very in support of Web3 and crypto. I had meetings with HKMA, is the Fed of Hong Kong basically, and SFC regulators, and they're all looking for ways to push banks to adopt and onboard more and more crypto companies, exactly the opposite of the US, right? So from adoption and from a capital flow perspective, that's improving in this region and this part of the world as well. I guess thirdly is that, from a headwind perspective, we had more, a year or so of rate hikes. Now, of course, we still have a bit to go for the remaining of the year, but ideally in 2024, the inflation should normalize and then rate hikes should flatten, and that becomes a tailwind instead of a headwind, right, from a technical perspective. And then finally, we have the hard fork in 2024, which is always a mechanically bullish event, right? So I think a lot of things are kind of like lining up to give us a more of a bullish picture in the market in 2024. So I'm sort of positively and bullish leaning in how I'm positioning the portfolio.
Yes, I see. So you are taking the view like in a macro view from regulation and to something like the Bitcoin halving as well. So Arthur, I would like to ask you for the upcoming season, like let's say 2 to 3 years time, do you think there's any shift in the investment strategy from the VCs?
Yes, I think like what Augie have mentioned, there's a big question about the VC as an asset class as a whole. I think you are going to see VC putting a lot less investment into the unproven stuff. I think because that has burned too much capital already. So I think if you ask more like, not just the idea and a concept, but you actually want to see data supporting it. So for our fund right now, we actually try to be as data driven as much as possible. Like sometimes you let the data to lead you to certain kind of answer. So instead of just making, metaverse, we are, it's going to be like a 10 trillion economy in 10 years. You actually see, is the data telling you that is happening? So I think this is what's going to change. People are going to like ask more questions before they commit to some concepts. And I think it's the same in crypto. During the bull market, a lot of the business model are ultimately not sustainable. I think one of the best example is the centralized lending and borrowing platform, because like when they are paying like 12% to attract the depositor, but they're actually only able to lend it out like at less than that or around break even. The whole business model never makes sense in the beginning. I think that these kind of things is gonna like a lot harder to get funded. Yeah, like in the last 2 years, even though the business model at that point in time doesn't make sense, people always hand wave saying that when they achieve economies of scale, you'll be fine. But I don't think that will work going forward. Like people are gonna ask like is this business model even gonna work? Yeah, so a lot more like back to fundamentals. Yeah.
Yeah, really agree, because like everything in the world is now data driven, right? So data driven, when we look at one project to invest in, as for the data, and also we should also focus more on our data regarding our portfolio, like which field, which sectors, how the business and product team, etc. And how about you, Arian? What's your idea about the investment strategies for the upcoming season?
Well, I'm not a trader, so unlike some of you manage liquid portfolios, we are more in the primary market, even though that I actually support Arthur in what we discussed before in terms of liquid ventures, so investing in the secondary market, even like a VC. But from my perspective, there are two things. The first one is in terms of geography. So I think there are three factors for me to decide whether geography makes sense or not. It's always about the number of developers, the number of users, and number of talents, and it's not US. So, and for me, I like to look into emerging market, whether it's traditional or crypto investment. So there's not much real frontier market now, except Africa and some part of Southeast Asia. So I don't consider Thailand and Indonesia as emerging market, but something like Vietnam, South Africa is area that we constantly look into in terms of primary market for now. And the second is, I think opportunity comes when the market overall evolve and get mature. In terms of token specifically, I've been constantly thinking about how tokenomics could evolve for a next cycle. And there are two things I think could be interesting. The first one is in terms of really having the multiples for a crypto market. You know, a product could be having a lot of users, the token value could be zero, vice versa. And how we could have multiples for a next bull market, potentially that the price of tokens could link to the revenues or number of users on the platforms. It could be a high multiple, it could be low multiple. We don't have that now. So I think that makes sense. And the second is the token vesting schedule. It never got improved over the past 6-7 years. It's always about 2 years vesting. No matter how much the team has delivered, you got to vest over 2 years. And I think it should evolve into a more a consortium agreed or a group of people agreed with milestone-based token vesting instead of time-based vesting. I think VCs for us, we have the responsibility to figure that out and for the overall ecosystem to evolve. If tokens is not gonna evolve with this, I don't think primary and secondary market matters. At the end, it all goes to zero. So I think it's our role is actually to make that happen.
Yeah, really agree about the market competition as well as the token vesting schedule, because for the last 2 years, most of the pumping multiple were based on the vesting schedule because the market cap when they release is always low, right? That's why they got a lot of multiples. I think for the next few years, we are gonna be have more favorable format in terms of vesting schedule. We are still trying to do that now, but I don't think we have all come to an agreement yet. Yeah. So
Actually, there's a funny anecdote. I was like, in the old Wall Street, there's a saying, they ask the financial advisors, where are the customers' yard? And I think in crypto, we should ask, where are the VCs mentioned? Because I only see founders being mentioned.
Okay, right. So we've seen that the biggest adoption for blockchain technology is mostly about finance, right? So for finance, we got centralized finance and decentralized finance. Recently, many centralized finance organizations have been adopting blockchain technologies in their daily tasks and the expansion plan. So how do you think this will affect the next cycle? So this question I want to ask Alak. Yes.
Yeah, I think we're definitely seeing a lot of technological changes coming about that I think will impact the category. And I hesitate to mention this because everyone's expecting it, but I do think that AI will have some impact. There are some unnatural intersections, and I think we're still working our way through that just given the hype that exists around the category. But in my mind, there are also some natural intersections. Let's say on the image verification side of things, how to determine whether or not something was in fact generated through AI or is a real photo. That seems like a decent use case for an immutable ledger, for example. Or maybe on the data acquisition side of things, where when we start to build more vertical specific models on top of these foundational ones, you need specialized data for that. And maybe that specialized data is best captured through a incentivized global network, for example. And so I think that is one area of interest for us. Again, not sort of blanket, but for across specific areas of the ML value chain. So yeah, that's one topic.
Yep. Yeah. How are you, Aaron? What's your view about the adoption in centralized finance for crypto?
I think we don't invest in DeFi much anymore. It's not that I'm not a believer in DeFi. I think DeFi is the biggest innovation in crypto. But I think it's ironic to trying to combine centralized finance and DeFi. The whole purpose of DeFi is to kill the freaking banks on Wall Street. So you're looking at JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, they're adopting DeFi. I think it is such a joke. I was posting on Twitter yesterday in terms of, I was at BlackRock, and Larry Fink said Bitcoin was a fraud in 2017. He said it was the next innovation yesterday. So I guess it's going to be going to extreme ends. For DeFi, it has to exist. It just matters on how the DAO and governance evolve over time. I think Uniswap is leading the way for having this to happen. And regulations might not have a role even in those projects. Provided if not based in the US, you could have more innovation of DeFi out in Asia. For centralized exchanges, which I'm also a supporter of because a lot of retailers could get in crypto through centralized platforms, and Hong Kong is pushing a lot of them. But honestly, there's not much innovation could come out from those platforms. It's really about volume of traders and others. Market makers are trying to get in Hong Kong to market made on exchanges. I don't see a lot of interest, to be honest. It's all about volumes, and volumes is going to decentralize finance. So I think for a next cycle, I wouldn't be investing in financial applications because there's uncertainty there. DeFi-wise, I'll probably just buy in secondary market for existing established ones, and the winners, Uniswap, Aave, and probably I'll ask Arthur which one to invest in.
Yeah, we're all like DeFi guys here, right? So we all agree that centralized finance is somewhat a weight. The first one is to create hype for the decentralized finance. The second one is that they act as a bridge to connect the Web2 users to Web2 users. Yes, so Josh, how about you share with us your view about the development of the decentralized finance?
Sure. I mean, so my background is from traditional finance. I've been a hedge fund manager for like 16 years. So I can talk about this for like an hour. But in sake of time, right, I think what you mentioned, that one particular point where you mentioned the bridge is important. For better or for worse, like centralized finance and, it's going to be around for a very, very long time. And for our industry to evolve and prosper, we need to play with the centralized guys. We need to play well with the regulators, right? And if we play well enough and set up the bridge so that there's more and more capital going from the centralized world into crypto, into the decentralized world, into Web3, right? It's better for essentially everyone. Now, we had a couple of step backs last year, right, that really eroded the confidence of the traditional finance world into Web3, and that's the whole issue that a lot of us are facing from either from a VC perspective or from a liquid book manager perspective, right? And hopefully, eventually, over time, we can rebuild that trust through decentralization, through more good rulemaking, good regulations, so that we can have that bridge built back up, and then we have more of that capital coming back in, which is just going to be a lot more positive for everyone in this industry.
Yeah, agree. And we have the last one, Arthur. How do you think about how the decentralized finance will progress in the next few years?
Yeah, and I think there's a few ways to look at it. I think you will see actually more, continue to see the bridge and the integration happening. I was very bearish on security token and real world asset tokenization until recently, because I think that there's finally one catalyst that make this change. Treasury bill is at more than 5% right now, and I actually think this is one of the very few products that actually will get product market fit in crypto, because there's still a lot of friction, even though you are fully KYC and compliance to move your money in and out to from crypto to traditional world, and the bank doesn't like it if you do too much in and out transactions. So I think if you bring treasury bill on chain or the risk-free cash management product, a lot of the crypto natives that for various reasons just doesn't want to move their money in out of crypto that often will want to use this product. So I think I finally seeing one real world asset that makes sense in crypto. I'm a bit bearish on real estate because I think real estate is in the middle of the risk spectrum. You are not risk free enough. You're also not high. Potential return is also not high enough. So I don't actually think, and also the liquidity is usually quite bad as well. So I don't think real estate generally will get that much adoption in crypto, but T-bill will. But I think on a second related point is, I think if you're building financial protocol in crypto, there's no middle ground anymore. I think that the world of regulatory arbitrage is almost coming to an end. You can't run hide and seek from the regulator and you say you're incorporated in Seychelles or whatever, and then say, oh, I'm decentralized. I think if you're running CeFi, you just have to pick a place that you are comfortable with the regulation and just really comply with it, or you become fully decentralized. I think a lot of the DeFi protocol were paying lip services to the whole decentralization, but I think they can't do so going forward. I think in the future, if you really want to become a DeFi protocol, you have to commit to decentralization and from the full stack, not just everything as decentralized as possible. It's not easy, but you have to do it because else the regulator is going to come after you. So I think that you see more like DeFi have to be really decentralized, and then you see CeFi are really like a traditional finance. They are fully compliant, play by the rules. Like no more the hybrid bastard that in the middle that doing regulatory arbitrage and end up causing the disaster to everyone.
Yeah, so I think the time is actually up. But however, since we rarely get every one of you to sit on the same panel, just want a really quick advice from every one of you about the investment for the retail investor as well as institutional investor here. Really one quick advice from each of you. So can you go first?
So I think just quick one, if you do not really have that much time, the best risk-adjusted asset to invest in is still Bitcoin and ETH. You're not going to get 100x or 50x, but you're going to get probably 2-3x over the next few years without the risk of going to zero. So for other smaller coins, you need to do in the homework, else you are most likely becoming someone else's exit liquidity. So
yeah, how about you, Ayat?
Yeah, I guess maybe for VCs, I would encourage that we eat our own cooking, right? The advice that we dispense to founders around managing burn, deploying with thought, following those rules, just because in this environment it's uncertain when the next dollars might come.
Okay, so quickly for retail traders, just never use leverage. Just don't over lever. Just buy the BTC and ETH, like mentioned, and just ride it. Just don't use leverage and get blown out.
Yeah, hold to die. How about you, the last one?
I think I advise retail just to buy Bitcoin and Ether, but not other cryptos. But overall, for VC, I think you just know what kind of things you like as a VC, whether you want to go for decentralization or you want to go for a combination of Web 2.5 and those kind of things. It's a completely different skill set, as we already mentioned that it's going to be extreme end of the spectrum. So I think you just have to know, if as a VC, what kind of VC are you in for a long term.
Yeah, so we got really great advice from our panelists here. So I think this is all it is for our panel here. Thank you guys for attending our panel today. Yeah, thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for our moderator and our speakers. Please step forward for the group photo. Thank you. Let's take a group photo together. Yeah. Vâng, thưa quý vị, ngay sau đây xin mời quý vị đến với phiên trò chuyện tiếp theo với chủ đề Trading is universal. The fundamental use case of blockchain is the ability to exchange digital assets. Tại phiên thảo luận này, chúng ta sẽ đi sâu vào trường hợp sử dụng cốt lõi của chuỗi khối, trao đổi liền mạch các tài sản kỹ thuật số, khám phá các công nghệ chuỗi khối đã cách mạng hóa việc trao đi giá trị, dân chủ hóa hệ thống tài chính, và mở ra các cơ hội đầu tư mới. Có được nhiều hiểu biết hơn về khả năng mở rộng, hiệu quả và vai trò của các sàn giao dịch tiền điện tử mới nổi trong việc tạo điều kiện thuận lợi cho trải nghiệm giao dịch không ma sát. Let's welcome our speakers and moderators to our fireside chat with the topic Trading is Universal. The fundamental use case of blockchain is the ability to exchange digital assets. Please welcome to the stage, mời lên sân khấu, Mr. Henry Liu, CEO of Bixi. Mr. Ranji, co-founder at Orderly Network, partner at WOO Network and Chronos Research. And our moderator, Mr. Yu Chin Min, Business Development from Ancient 8.
Testing. All right. Welcome everyone to our panel. Fireside chat. So I hope that everyone's having a good time at GM Vietnam. Maybe our two speakers can just give a short introduction about themselves and what you guys do. Yeah.
Sure. Hi, I'm Ran, co-founder of Orderly Network. We are a permissionless DEX infrastructure, order book infrastructure, aiming to power the next generation of Web3 dApps for their liquidity needs. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Henry. Nice to meet everybody. We are a centralized exchange. We operate globally. We offer a platform for spot futures trading as well as many different payment services. We also focus a lot on infrastructure building at a group level where we operate other exchanges and wallets as well. So anybody who has a need for building a new wallet, an exchange, or any sort of financial application on crypto, we provide a large team globally that helps scale these businesses and also focus on fiat on and off-ramp services for the needs of onboarding into crypto.
All right, thanks for that. So, as you know, the topic for our panel is trading is universal. The fundamental use case of blockchain is the ability to exchange digital assets, right? I think that's quite a loaded statement. I just want to ask you guys, do you agree with that statement, or do you think that there's other better use cases for blockchain?
I definitely agree with that statement. I think it's the most proven use case so far, whether you're talking about centralized or decentralized world, exchanges such as Bitsy, Binance, and others, they are kind of top of the pyramid for the crypto industry. Most of the revenues are and activity are captured in these exchanges, and the primary use cases for trading. Hundreds of billions of volumes go through them, and more recently in DeFi, which is kind of what we focus on at Orderly, I think is kind of the future of where trading will be, as blockchain is a natural place where trades should settle without the need for extra steps of settlement, extra time, extra costs, auditing and such, as everyone can use a shared ledger that is the blockchain for this. And then settlements can happen in real time. Accounting, everything can happen in real time instead of having some sort of a lag in with multiple intermediaries. So I think it's actually a perfect use case for the exchanging of assets.
Broadly agree. I think the wording of that statement is could be more specific. I think trading is one application on top, and I think the fundamental application sits at a level above that, right? So the fundamental application, I believe, that has been seen on top of trading or beyond trading, and also falling in the same line with it, is more so really just permissionless capital coordination. When we talk about DeFi, when we talk about all these different use cases we've seen in the last few years. But overall, it's actually internet native money, internet native financial services across the board. Trading just happens to be something that powers liquidity, powers the investment, powers everything that is behind that. So I think the statement itself is accurate. However, it could be more generalized than just trading as a fundamental application.
All right, thanks for that. So I think just now what Ren said, that he thinks that DeFi should be decentralized exchange should be the biggest thing. And then Henry, obviously you work on a centralized exchange, right? Do you agree with that statement, or do you think CeFi should be the bigger thing here in trading?
I think they target and they serve different customers and different users. So when it comes to DEXs versus SEXs, so DEXs are decentralized exchanges, SEXs centralized exchanges for the people who are just learning about this now. It's been very obvious in the past that the goal of a DEX, beyond the freedom for the users to connect a wallet-to-wallet trading, is for it to, as a project or as a product, is to perform as good as a centralized exchange, or try to accomplish that. So many DEXs we've seen in the past, they kind of fail at that, so users tend to fall back to centralized exchanges. So I think there's a very distinct difference between the two different types of products and services. RAND would probably be better at talking about this topic. They obviously have a project that's a successful Orderly network, and just as a disclosure, we are an investor and contributor to Orderly as well, and looking for ways that centralized exchanges can work with decentralized exchange infrastructure.
Yeah, so I think Ren's Henry brought up a very good point. Do you think there's any way that Orderly can work with a centralized exchange, or would you be mainly focusing on decentralized exchanges?
Yeah, so we're actually working together. Bitsy has been building on top of Orderly. More details to come, right? I think the world is moving towards more transparency, right, with kind of what's happened with centralized exchanges in the past. But I do think the two are not competitive. I think they're actually very complementary. I think what happens in the future is kind of like what on the previous panel, what Arthur said. I think it'll be regional centralized exchanges governed by local regulations, and that's kind of the on-ramp, because I don't know how you decentralize KYCs and fiat, right? That's the on-ramp for users, and then that's step one, and then step two would be the infra that's behind it, right? So a lot of the infra now is built in-house by centralized exchanges, but I think that's going to gravitate more and more towards just composable using decentralized finance, whether it's yields, aggregating yields, or aggregating liquidity. In the case of us, I mean, the composability of DeFi makes it that CeFi eventually, I think, it's very difficult to compete on liquidity and yields without aggregating DeFi, because DeFi is composable. So by nature, with siloed liquidity and yields, it's tough. Whereas the CeFi acts as a gateway, and this is going to happen with fintech firms as well, and banks, I believe, and that will route liquidity and yields to all of DeFi, and that better services their users, and they can scale up fast and iterate really fast. So I think that's what's actually going to happen. So then, by design, we're actually infrastructure. We're not trying to be step one for the users. I mean, that's done by the wallets, by the fiat on-ramps, by the fintech firms, and by the banks. We're trying to be the best infrastructure and the most permissionless infrastructure available for these front ends or these gateways to adapt.
Right, you guys heard it here first. Some alpha from Ren's right there. All right, so let's move on to the next question. So security is the most important thing in the industry, right? So do you guys want to talk about what you guys are doing on your platforms, each of your platforms, to make sure that users are protected, make sure that funds are protected and everything?
So for centralized exchanges, I think it's quite straightforward. You look at a lot of the type of security protocols that are in place and the type of infrastructure that needs to be built. It's been proven in the last number of decades what large financial institutions have. Crypto exchanges, crypto wallets need to also work to that level of professionalism, that level of certification. So whether it's external providers, they cannot cheap out on the type of security that they're having. I mean, we're talking, what's very important that people don't realize is you're not just like a project that holds somebody's altcoins, right? You're talking about people's money. This is their income, this is their savings, this is their investment. So it's very important that at a centralized level, the security is good. At the decentralized level for DEXs, now that's up to the project itself, and it's up to the user's ability to control it. So there's actually, on that topic, there's a vast difference between the pros and cons of a DEX and a SEX, which we can also discuss later.
Yeah, on the decentralized side, I mean, the risks that people are well aware of are the hacking risks, right? There's hacks all the time. It happens with external parties, it happens internally. So this is one thing that we're very well aware of. In terms of our track record, the decentralized products we've built at Orderly and also at Wu has has not experienced a hack, knock on wood, right? So auditing is obviously a thing that we go through multiple audits to ensure that the code is transparent. And because the code is transparent and open sourced, there's auditing automatically done by the users who are developers, right? So then bug bounties kind of crowdsource that feedback, and we try to iterate and improve the code. So I think the process of iteration actually happens faster because it is transparent. And an additional thing that we do for Orderly now, in terms of, if you look at decentralized order books, we actually make sure that there's two issues, right? One is security and transparency and decentralization. The other is performance. So it's tough to get CX performance in DeFi now due to the existing technology available today, right? But that's changing with layer 2s and layer 3s and other faster layers and secure layers that's coming. Currently, our matching engine is off-chain to ensure performance, because ultimately that's what people want. But they also want security of assets. So then we have custody contracts on the chains for people to deposit into their assets. And we make sure that everything settles on chain in a timely way, right? So every block, all the trades and balances are settled, so that in case the centralized matching engine does fail for whatever reason, people can readily withdraw their assets as the amount that they should have. And this is done on a block by block basis, right? And eventually we want to put everything on chain, including the matching engine. But that's an additional step we do to protect users' assets.
Yep. Just now Ren was talking a little bit about liquidity, so I think I want to talk a bit about liquidity. So we all know that liquidity is a key factor in the success of any digital assets, right? So how do you address the liquidity issues at the centralized exchange level and at DEX level?
So at the exchange level, we address it by working with the different market makers and liquidity providers in the industry. We vet out which ones are the top performers and who are the healthiest for market participants, and we engage them in the conversation of how to make markets and how to participate in our exchange, so that we have a place where pricing and everything's very transparent, very fair for the trader, in order for us to continue to grow as a company, as a platform. And there are a number of players in the last year that have also fallen out, given kind of the year of 2022. So we continue to look and seek out for more partners. We continue to look at who are the best key players in the industry and service them. We ourselves are not a market maker, but we provide a platform to be able to provide a very, very good place for liquidity providers, market makers to trade. Now, when it comes to decentralized exchanges, I think an example or a way I'll paint this picture is, it's almost like a permissionless slot machine, right? You don't really know what's going in and what's going out, and you're just going to spin the wheel. And that liquidity could be there today, it could be there, it could be gone tomorrow. You don't know exactly what's going on behind the scenes in terms of the amount of coins that are being issued on a particular asset you're trading. You could, if you dug into all the smart contracts and look at it, but even then there's still many exploits. So I think that what happens in a centralized exchange model for liquidity versus decentralized exchange model is two very different analogies and examples. And the permissionless slot machine one, I think, is one that I've always thought of for DEXs.
Yeah, for DeFi, I think the AMM is a very innovative, super innovative example of liquidity provision on Ethereum, the high-cost chain, right? And it proves that we can actually make anyone a liquidity provider. But then there's issues with that, right? So I think there's a broad spectrum of liquidity providers out there, and Henry mentioned like the market makers. The market makers are the pros, right? They provide liquidity, they quote very tightly, they take on risks, they're good at it, and in turn they get compensated through what we call the bid-ask spread in the middle. So these guys are there's not that many of these guys in the world, and they're professional teams, right? Like the Jumps of the world, the Tower Research, and such. And then Uniswap's ability to make everyone a liquidity provider. That's also pretty good. But then there's issues with both, right? So with AMMs, there's obviously issues with permanent loss. The people who are LPing, they don't really know if they're making money or losing money. Chances are they are losing money if the counterparty, the person on the taking side, is a pro, right? So that's the problem with AMMs. And I think AMMs are actually most suitable for stablecoins due to the fact that they're mean reverting by nature, and also for assets that people don't care so much about price, about slippage in price, like altcoins, like newly listed coins, where people are just punting on a new asset. So I think AMMs are just suitable for these certain types of assets. And now there's newer versions, like what Trader Joe has, we're gravitating towards an order book with like more customized liquidity provision for retail. So I think there's a spectrum of liquidity provision now, from the pro to the general. And then the good thing about DeFi is it can all be used, right, and aggregated. Like at Orderly, we're using market makers, professional market makers now, but we will add liquidity pools for the average Joe to provide, and access like similar to like trading bots, for example, that allows people to just pull in money and then quote markets. But then the simpler the liquidity provision algorithm, the easier it is to potentially lose money for the LP. I mean, there's no perfect situation here, so I think it's a balance of everything, and hopefully it all comes together to provide like maximum liquidity while having adequate compensation for the risks that they're taking for each of the liquidity providers.
All right, interesting. I think let's look beyond digital assets now. So, blockchain technology, do you see it expanding to the use case to like facilitate any exchange of any other assets, like such as like real estate or whatnot? I think like Arthur just now was talking about T-bills. Do you agree with his take, or do you see like blockchain, supporting anything else?
I think it's got a fundamental thesis, right? Blockchain itself, and obviously crypto being one of the first primitives on that, is you have the ability to do anything. I mean, even as I would say, Arthur's pretty accurate on the real estate side. I personally wouldn't. I would take his side as opinion on that one. I wouldn't have our portfolio lending against real world assets that include real estate rates like that. We want very liquid things in our portfolio. But when it comes to other applications, one of the more discussed ones recently has been things like SocialFi, for example, right? So I know there are the common topics, but the more uncommon topics would be something like a SocialFi application, where you have these kind of like the financialization of social media, things like that. I think these are all applications where blockchain plays a big part, right? It all ties back to, at the end of the day, programmable money. It all ties back to programmable finance. But yes, I think there are different various verticals that people are building on that are using the fundamental use case of blockchain for the freedom, the speed, everything that it brings.
How is it?
Yeah, well, I think every asset should be exchanged on using blockchain, if possible. I think it's the natural demand is pushing in that direction because it increases accessibility, right, to global people, and it decreases the speed of transaction, and it decreases the time of settlements for any asset. There are assets already trading, in crypto, whether it's synthetics or perpetuals of real-world assets. But then, I mean, the key constraints here is compliance and regulations, right, for these assets. If it's stocks, then that's obviously most regulated, and then commodities and FX is kind of less regulated. And I think these are kind of the natural ones that some are is already trading. When it comes to like real estate, bonds, and more illiquid stuff, I think having it on the blockchain, again, it's more accessible, it's more composable, and it's and the accounting is much easier, right? So then it naturally should have more liquidity, and then the issuers all want more liquidity, but it's the compliance, it's the regulations that keeps the real players from coming in, right? So I was talking to some TradFi guys, and like they can break down a bond or a piece of like esoteric, like illiquid real estate into many pieces for retail, but they're only allowed to service their accredited investors. So no matter what, so I mean that's kind of the value proposition for the blockchain. But then the hindrance is on the regulatory side. So, but the technology, I think, certainly is much better than existing for any type of asset.
Yeah, I think the technology is ready, but the regulations are not, right? So like touching on regulations a bit, like regulatory compliance is a big issue for like I think most of us, right? So like how do you guys ensure that you're complying with the regulations with the the ever evolving landscape, right? Like what you see in Hong Kong and stuff. Yeah, maybe Henry want to start.
Yeah, it's a difficult one because tying into your previous question, I think that overall, this blockchain use cases in terms of financial programmable money and covering everything that has to do with capital markets, super sensitive to regulators. But blockchain can also help regulators, and that's actually the approach that we want to take when we go into different countries. And just to recap from earlier, I think what Ran was saying, he was talking about issuers, I think, and the regulators, I think there are 4 categories of which you know, the fundamental use case of blockchain is helping, which is, Ran was saying the issuers, you were saying the issuers, regulators, fund managers, as well as you were saying about the issuers of cryptocurrencies, right? So when it comes to issuance and when it comes to trading regulation, Asia, I think, is a lot farther ahead than the rest of the world now. In the US, it's very difficult. I think one of the things that we face as a centralized exchange when getting regulated licensed, and we do hold several licenses across the world, is regulators come and ask us, are the assets safe? That's the first thing. Are the user assets safe? Show us how it is safe. Show us how your technology is reliable. And we actually have to take the approach that they could be very negative. We approach them and then we show them and walk them through every single part of the process of how we design the business, how we design the security around user assets. And then from there, they actually open up a lot more, right? So not only do we have to be compliant and regulated globally, we have to do so both on the crypto side as well as the fiat side. So sometimes customers have balances and accounts where they deposit through a fiat channel instead of directly through a crypto channel. And when that happens, it actually creates a new set of rules. So compared to DEXs, I think centralized exchanges are facing a very, very big challenge when it comes to regulation. But I think that we've come a long way, and in certain areas of the world, like in Asia, a lot more clarity has been provided, and we're quite happy for that. We're quite bullish on that.
Yeah, for DeFi, I think it's unclear what regulations are coming, but that's certainly happening from what we understand in the US. But so what like Uniswap and DYDX and are trying to do, and what we are trying to do, it's kind of similar. We want to decentralize orderly as much as possible, and to make it like a public infrastructure, right, with its own economics and such, so that it's community governed, right? It's governed by the stakeholders and the contributors. It's not centralized. So to make it as decentralized as possible, so that it's more like Ethereum, you know, instead of an exchange for us, and it's built on blockchains that are decentralized, and the code is going to be open source, and it'll be governed by not by us as a central party. So I think that's what we aim to do, and I hopefully regulators will regulate the applications and not the protocol, right? Like in the case with the internet, how they regulate like Gmail instead of SMTP, HTTP, and such, and they leave the protocols free, but you know the applications get regulated. So and that's how we think it's likely to play out. But depending on how decentralized the DeFi protocols are.
Yeah, I think talking about regulations, like, you know, a centralized exchange, you have to do KYC, right? But for DEX, that's a different story. But like, you know, we've seen people talking about, you know, potentially they want to do like KYC even if you want to use a DEX. So what do you guys think of that?
Yeah, so we're actually talking to different solution providers for this. I think there's two main ways that we're seeing now. One is completely permissioned blockchains, right? Like Avalanche, Subnet, or any of the new layer 2s. They spin up a chain that's fully permissioned, whitelisted for institutions and their clients, which I think that model is not perfect, but I think the one that's better is actually just whitelisted addresses or soulbound tokens to those addresses representing like accredited investors. So then that you're not limiting everything to a chain. So I mean, there's different people providing these types of solutions, and we're looking into that. I think that's going to come for sure. Yeah.
All right, I don't think we have much time left. Maybe just something short. What are you guys bullish on maybe in the next year or the next 2 years?
I think that having seen, I mean, everybody here has seen what Bitcoin and the entire, I guess, crypto industry and the price of crypto assets has gone through in the last 2 or 3 cycles. I think that one of the largest and final transfers of wealth when it comes to TradFi into, say, DeFi or crypto will take place very soon, will take place in the next few years, could be faster. So we're already in a rush. We're already very bullish on what this industry has to bring, and we're continuing to build now. And we encourage everybody here to continue to do that through any sort of market cycle, especially this one, and that the opportunities for innovating and building and providing something of value to the world does exist, and it's happening right now. So we're congratulating everyone to be here in Vietnam. It's a place that we love as a company, as a team, and we want to meet more and more builders that are out here.
Yeah, what Henry said, and we're super bullish on DeFi, and just essentially, what wouldn't even call it DeFi later, just finance, just all of traditional finance is on the blockchain. I'm very bullish on that concept, and I think one day it will come, and just keep building.
All right, thanks guys. I think that's all the time we have today. So just want to say thanks for speaking today, and yeah.
Thank you so much for your sharing. Please step forward for the group photo. Thank you. Vâng, thưa quý vị, vậy là chúng ta đã trải qua 1/2 chặng đường của ngày thứ hai của sự kiện GM Việt Nam. Và trước khi chúng ta quay trở lại với những panel discussion vô cùng thú vị, thì Thủy Tiên xin mời quý anh chị chúng ta có thể tự do nghỉ trưa và quay trở lại vào lúc 1:30. We're gonna start our event again at 1:30 p.m. So please take a rest and then come back later. See you soon.